It's running.
I can't do one push-up, man.
Yeah, see, one push-up. That's okay.
And then they say my face will see the inside of a toilet and the inside of a fire ant here. And maybe Germany.
No, man. Oh, look.
I need to go watch Appetite Hunger Force at some point.
Oh, boy, I apologize. My hormones are going nuts. Now, please, if you would, get the out of my way. I mean, how many times I gotta write ice cream on this list before someone just says thank you and brings home the ice cream? Maybe I should get a state bath and etch it in your mother forehead. How hard can it be?
Oh god, this is 18 plus.
I guess I'm surprised.
There's some moments I'm just going, oh my god. Any parent who would let their kid listen to us.
You're welcome.
Best way to open the stream.
Vengeful.
Oh my god. Alright, oh my god. Yep.
So Dave, when are you gonna catch up to me on the streak, man?
When you decide to hit a speed bump and fall back for a couple months.
Not gonna happen, boy.
The contest between them now. Okay. Yeah.
I can only speed up time so fast.
It'd be a shame if I were to, randomly get some subs.
Oh Jesus.
I mean, if you have the money to do it,
Maybe
on
next
you.
pay. Maybe next. I might do something like that. Maybe I don't know. Matrix. We could do a giveaway where I'll give a free sub to somebody.
Okay. I know that's all I got. I'm like, why is my other
He's not
screen?
gonna argue. Like,
Yeah,
he's just
yeah.
like, yeah, go for it. I'm gonna fuck.
Okay, there we go. Hey, a screen. There it works. I got background.
I don't do much here. I just annoy people. I might as well, help out with finances.
Annoy people? No.
You already do with being a subby.
There we go. I'll turn that off. We're gonna turn on this sound because there you guys can hear your ship making noise. Deal with
You
it.
need to change the name above me.
Oh no, you're still Potato Lord, but Void Striker. Yeah, I gotta figure out how to do this now. God.
You can get the next session if you want. You can leave it for now.
No. Someone had to point it out, so I gotta change it. Pain in the ass. There we go.
Damn straight.
Oh wait, hang on. I got something for this.
Also, known as camper. There we go.
No.
Wait, I can't read all that.
I know, it's so tiny now. Pain in the ass,
You
also known as
change
scamper.
they also known as to AKA.
Oh yeah, make it easy. I want people to struggle to read, okay?
How about
Yeah.
Why won't it let me do it now? Oh, that's why. Okay, fine. I'll do it that. Although it's sitting right in text. Hang on. Here, let me get rid of. Can I get rid of that? How do I get rid of that? No, I can't turn it off now. Now it doesn't want me to turn it off. There it goes. Now it wants me to. There you go. It's just known as pain in the ass. Also, scamper. So if anybody's catching this now on her stupidity in moments, woo! You can find all past episodes. Sorry, my voice is kind of shot a little bit because I'm coughing, so forgive the coughing. But you can find past episodes of our sessions here, and we live stream every Friday. Next Friday will be Destiny, and then another Transformer, and then Destiny, and then I do box openings. And I just received today, Baja, somebody, and I'm hoping his microscope is functional-ish.
Ooh.
So
I really do hope his microscope is
Yeah.
functional too.
yeah, so I came home and the box was sitting there on my porch, and I was like, yay! So, but anyway, yes, you can find past episodes such, and then there are more links. If you want to click links directly, it'll show you that for all these other people, including The ones that are in here tormenting me with their characters. You can find one
I don't
right
exist.
there.
I'm just a figment of your imagination.
Oh yeah, you don't exist. You don't even have on here yet. So yeah, there you go. And then Swerve Bar Podcast too. Yeah, we'll be doing something November 4th for a charity thing. I gotta get. That's what I forgot to do too. Is the schedule. Well, okay, I'll get to it later. But for now, you're back to the Phoenix. Okay. Oh, sorry. Ugh. I gotta get something to drink now. I'm dying, guys.
My job. Coughing to death is my job as the asthmatic.
I will try to mute, but my mute buttons are not functioning properly, so I have to kind of be weird
I
about
don't
it.
have a problem with you coughing. If you need a cough, cough.
But we come back to Phoenix. At this point, we have returned to our crew being on the Phoenix -1. After the loss of Void Striker in Unicron due to, those little things that want to eat everything up that were imbued with the dark energy. They're adorable with teeth. As our crew is flying back to the station, which is currently going through some malfunctions, and something's happening. From what Kiara and Varish have reported, there's a lot of funky things happening at the station right now. Our crew currently, though, is on Phoenix, and I'm gonna jump you guys in real quick because we did start late. Let's start with. I was gonna say Void Striker, but Void Striker dead. So, sorry, I didn't mean to make that sound callous, but he's dead. Being melted down to scrap. You guys are sitting on the ship, and I'm gonna go with Gilgamesh this time. Gilgamesh, you and Carbine, I think were on the bridge the last time, right?
So yeah, at this point Gilgamesh has put in the coordinates autopiloting to go back to the station, and he was going to go recharge because he expended a lot of energy in that last fight.
Okay. Overload, did you go recharge too? I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we can kind of jump ahead
Yep.
at that point because I was going to do something following that.
And I'm trying to figure out why there's another one of your icons on the map that's bigger.
There's more than one of me?
Yeah, it's
What?
huge icon. Here, I'll put it in the middle of the ship.
I gotta zoom out of the map here. Oh, okay.
I just moved it over. Yeah. It was sitting over in the corner. I'm like, what the heck is this? Let me get rid of that because I don't know why it's there. Delete. There we go. As long as
good as mine.
your icon's up on the bridge with Carbine.
Yeah, because that's the one I was focused on. I'm zoomed in on that on the map.
Okay, and then Overload, yours is over with Aegis and Scamper, which we can put Aegis with you more. There we go. And you can move them wherever you'd like. And then Void Striker, you should have control of Scampers. Or you're a Scamper now. God, man, you screwed me all up.
Scamper just does Scamper things. Well,
So what I'm going to say is you guys had your long rest, so you're going to be fully charged up. You got all your slots back. Everything's back. You're currently awake. You can say where you're at on the ship at this point, but we'll start with Gilgamesh.
So once Gilgamesh is recharged, he's going to basically set a timer for when they're supposed to arrive at the Black Station, and he's going to go into a deep meditation. And he will likely be doing this before Carbine is awake.
Yeah, she's sleeping on her little cat tree up in, got in her little curly bed. She doesn't have a cat tree in there unless you want her to. And just for base sake, little one is in your quarters with Carbine, but she's kind of just curled up, like in a corner somewhere out of sight kind of thing. Not really interacting with anybody right now. So Gilgamesh, you're doing your meditation. Are you doing that where are you doing that? In your room or?
Yeah, it'd just be in his quarters.
All right. So you're doing that meditation. Overload, are you doing anything specific during this time? Since you're going to be waking up as well? Aegis will be on his perch charging, so.
Uh, more or less just sitting about. I'll just
Okay.
wait until we get to our station.
All right, it won't take you too long. You got some distance to go, so. All right, so you're
If
just.
you wonder what Scamp is doing, he's
Yeah.
gonna look after the little one.
And the little one is.
The little one's in my room.
Yeah, so
with
Scamper
me
will
and
be.
Carbine, so no worries.
So Scamper would probably find the little one and be with her, but she is just not receptive to anybody. She sees Scamper, but she's kind of huddled to the corner and not really saying anything and doing anything. So she's
Then
very
Scamper
quiet.
will become a little bull and just sit in front of him.
As you do that, Scamper, now I have to refer to you as Scamper. She kind of sees Scamper coming up closer to her, and she kind of grabs around you and pulls you closer to her, and you can feel her, and she just doesn't feel right. She's just sitting there quietly though, and she's hugging you tightly now.
Scamp is now little one plushie.
And you can hear her beep a few times, but you don't know what she's saying. She's just quiet. And she hasn't said anything since. And she's gonna sit there. Gilgamesh, you're in your meditation. Are you focusing on anything specific during that meditation?
During this time, this is going back to the video from last session.
Mm-hmm.
It's been replaying in his mind numerous times. Carbine, if she starts to wake up, she might start to sense this from him. But at the moment, he's in a state of introspection, and he's doing a lot of soul searching, for lack of a better term, I guess spark searching, reflecting and thinking, and going through some mental training at the moment.
Okay. You will not hear. What's that? Oh, sorry. I'm hearing something outside, and it's because nobody else is really here except for my son. What? Oh, okay. Never mind. We're good. As you're sitting there, you're getting a comm call from Phoenix, but it's actually coming to you and Overload at the same time. I need you to kind of make a perception check while you're in this state of meditation.
All right.
Because I need to see if you're going to hear it at all. You're really not going to hear it. So you're in a deep meditation. Overload, you're hearing this beeping coming from your ARM console, and you can see it kind of flashing a little bit like you're getting a signal from Phoenix. Because everybody else is out like a light.
I'll go and check the message, I guess.
Yeah, you can pull up comms. He's just trying to communicate with you. You tap on
What's
it.
up?
Yeah, and you hear him come across. I was trying to get a hold of both of you. We're getting a signal from the station again. It's Kiara, but it sounds like it's also Drift. It's kind of staticky and in and out, but if you come up to the bridge, I might be able to get a better signal, but it's kind of erratic.
All right, I'll be short then.
All right, as you make your way up, you kind of pass through everything. The ship seems in ship shape. It's quiet, like eerily quiet in some ways. You just hear the hum of Phoenix's engine, and you're literally just drifting in space because with Gilgamesh at the helm, he's at like a no burn. He's at a very light burn. So you're just slowly propelling through space. Phoenix is trying to keep you guys kind of stealthed still. And so far, he's being successful with that. You get to the bridge, and he goes, "Oh, good, you're here finally. I will put you through. It's not going to be clear, but you can make out some of what they're saying." And he's questioning. It seems like their signal is weak. We're not that far away. He
Okay.
he flips on one of the consoles and he goes, "Video is very sporadic, so it might mostly be audio." So you see the screen come on one of the consoles, and it's flickering in and out, and you can see Kiara for a moment, and it looks like she's gesturing toward Varish, who you can see in her from her perspective, from her, across her screen, and he's sitting there like working, and Drift is kind of in and out of the shot, like he's moving about trying to figure something out. And she goes, "Oh, good, you're everything seems to be kind of going crazy. We don't know what's happening," and it just keeps cutting in and out. Drift said that we might be able to get the space bridge, and it cuts out again, and you see the screen cut out at the same time. And something about opening, and then it cuts out again, and he goes, "I've lost the signal. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep it, but it seems very erratic." She did send a text kind of message to us, but it's even kind of erratic, and you can see in the text messaging it's pretty much the same thing that she was stating in that message, but there's a little bit more of something to do with the station's power source is fluctuating in power, and something is drawing a lot of power somewhere in it.
Hmm.
And then the last words you see, Overload, it says something about Omega Protocol.
Omega Protocol?
Phoenix is sitting there. I don't know what that means, but she was mentioning it, and it's something about it showing up on something like one of the screens. As you're sitting there, Overload, can you make a perception check? And I'm gonna have, where'd my dice go? I had a dice sitting here. Great. Okay, I'll figure that out. I got another way to do this. Lost my
11.
dice, guys. As you're sitting there, you kind of feel Phoenix start to shake, and even Phoenix says, "What is going on?" My sensor readings are kind of reading a, a weird anomaly. You can feel Phoenix like vibrating, like it's shaking a little bit. And see, oh, there it goes. Okay, Phoenix isn't picking it up too much, other than he just realizes something's happening. That's about it.
Hmm. So on top of whatever this Omega thing is, I'm not getting contact with the station.
And I will tell you, your guys are a couple days out from the station right now.
And my teleporter wouldn't really be able to get me over there. Well,
Mm-mm.
my gate wouldn't be able to get me there.
Yeah, it's too far. But you still feel the vibration happening. You see, you kind of hear this flapping sound from behind you, and it's Aegis. Kind of comes up and lands on your shoulder. "So, what is going on? Did I miss anything?" And he kind of stretches his wings like he's waking up.
We got contact from the station, but it's fuzzy. Apparently, there's been some sort of energy fluctuation with the station, and they're trying to get the gate open for something,
Gate.
as well as something
Hmm.
like Omega, whatnot.
As he looks down at you, he flips off of your shoulder like he's going to fly off, but he flips, transforms, and lands down onto the seat. And he kind of takes his position up. He goes, "Well, why don't we get Voight?" And he stops in his tracks and he's dead still for a moment. Never mind. Um,
I think Scamper would know.
yeah, maybe. And you can see Aegis, and you can kind of feel he's feeling a little guilty, and just this, his body is not really moving a lot, and he stops, and he's just kind of sitting there for a moment, and then you see him start to type, and he goes, "I will try and establish connection with the station. Maybe I can do something from here. I'm not technical as they are, but I'll try and do something." Can you go find Scamper then? And he kind of just waves you away. He's not looking at you at all. You know he's emotional in some form, but he's just not showing it.
Yeah.
So, are you going to go look for Scamper now?
Yep.
As you do, go to look for Scamper. You're going to have to do an investigation check for me. Because I need to see if you might know where he's at. Oh my god, you got it. You kind of, last time you saw Scamper, you knew he was running toward where the little one was, which was in the direction of Gilgamesh's quarters. Which has happened to be right by the bridge there. Do you want to knock on the door? Or do you just want to drop in on him? You might shift the ship, though, if you drop. I'm kidding, you
I'll
won't.
just knock. Because it's always proper.
Alright. Gilgamesh, can you give me another perception check?
No, this is appropriate because he's really focused on what he's doing, but Carbine could probably hear him knocking.
Yeah, she's just charging, really. So she kind of sits up, and if you were paying attention, Gilgamesh, she stretches out like a cat would, and she just does this stretching, and her tentacle arms kind of come out and do the same thing, and they fold out, and if you were watching again, you would see her spikes and everything, and stretch out, and then she retracts them back. Oh, 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 that was restful. Oh, he's meditating. Oh, somebody's knocking. She kind of climbs up in her caracal form using her tentacles, and she opens the door and sees you, Overload, and she goes, "Oh, hi, Overload. I think he's meditating. Um, but I'm awake. Do you need something?" And she kind of climbs up and sits looking up at you.
I mean, Scamper.
"Oh, I think he's down here somewhere. Give me a second." And you just see her kind of turn, and she just hops. And you see a little fluffy tail kind of down and through the hole. And you hear her for a moment. She comes over. She's like, you can, Scamper, you can kind of see her from your angle because she's down at the floor level, and she's sniffing around. And she looks over at you, and she squints a few times, and she looks, and she walks over quietly. "Hey, Scamper, we kind of need your help. Do you mind? Hey, little one, do you mind if he comes with us for a moment?" And she's not really letting go of you, Scamper.
Scamper will look at Carbine, look at the little one, look at Carbine, and just shut its eye.
"Well, little one, you can come with Scamper, but we need kind of see if Scamper can help us." Little one just kind of looks up a little bit over top of Scamper, like around as she's hugging, and she kind of like, and she shakes her head like, "Yeah." And she slowly gets up and climbs over top of you, Scamper, and like just kind of lays on you. Doesn't sit like she was happily before. She just kind of lays holding on to you.
Scamper will transform and follow you. Carbine then.
As Carbine backs up to let you come out of the space that you two were in, she goes, "Little one, are you okay?" and she doesn't really respond to Carbine. She's very quiet. And that's all right. And so she goes, "Well, Overload's waiting for us, Scamper. Let's kind of head up." And you see Carbine kind of climb up ahead of you, and you can see Void or over. God, man, I keep wanting to say your name,
Okay,
Void Striker.
So
That's all right. I keep wanting to say Void Striker every time now.
You're gonna be like that for a
Yeah.
little while.
Scamper,
Take some getting used to.
you see Overload up at the top of the ladder as you see Carbine kind of leaping up at the last bit, and Carbine looks up at you, Overload, and goes, "Well, I found them. Little one's kind of tagging on, but she's not. She doesn't." And she's looking back down at more of Scamper, but at the little one, and going, "She's not exactly responding too well. I don't know if she's sick or not. I hope she didn't get infected by something." And she's kind of worried. She goes, "Maybe I should take her to the med bay." What do you think, Overload? Should I take her?
Probably for the best if she needs that.
I'll see if when Scamper gets to the top of the ladder if she'd be willing to go. She kind of doesn't want to leave Scamper. So, Scamper, are you gonna? I'm assuming you're climbing up the ladder.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna say you get to the top. Carbine kind of looks over the little one. "Hey, why don't we get you checked out the med bay?" Little one slowly turns her head, and Overload, you see this, and she just kind of looks at Carbine like, and she makes one beeping sound, and Carbine kind of takes like, you see her body language of, okay, she'll go with me, but she was kind of rude about it, a little, sort of. I'll just get her checked out. And so she takes her tentacle arms and slowly picks off a top of you, Scamper. You feel the little one's weight kind of come off of you. And Carbine kind of puts her onto her back, but she doesn't ride on Carbine's back. She just kind of lays there. And Carbine's like, "You're going to have to hold on. Otherwise, I'll have to use my arms up there." Little one just lays there, so Carbine's like, "Okay, Overload, I'll be in the med bay with her. Maybe we could. We don't have. Never mind. Maybe we get back to the base. We can have Felix look at her." "Yeah, I'm gonna go." And she kind of turns and starts walking off slowly but carefully because she's trying to hold the little one.
Now Scamper, do you have information on something called Protocol Omega?
With that, Scamp is just gonna transform into the ball with the Omega symbol shining.
Yeah, he doesn't talk really, so he's got to communicate to you somehow.
Considering such, I take it you do. And I guess
I'm just expecting like a little R2 beeps, like.
Consider Scamper non-responsive.
He just sits there. Give me a second. I gotta let the dog in real quick. Oh my god. Oh, no wonder. Okay. Go lay down and get more. Holy cow. Good thing I let the dog in. Sorry. It is raining out. That is a surprise. So, all Scamper is showing you, Overload, is the Omega symbol.
You do know something, but I don't think we're going to be getting anything out of you.
Wait for the beats.
Why do I hear boss music?
Oh my god. Scamper is the boss. Overload? I
Yeah.
need you to make a quick perception check right now, though. Okay, you don't notice it. Scamper, can you make a perception check for me, too?
Whoa.
Does Scamper even have perception?
Scamper does have a sheet. Let me just bring it up.
I'm sorry. I don't even know if
Whoa.
he does. We haven't had to use his sheet.
There you go.
Scamper.
He's proficient in perception.
Yeah. So you, as Scamper, you're detecting these vibrations that are kind of pretty strong now.
With that, Scamper's going to transform and head to the, drop down the tunnel and go shock Gilgamesh.
And Phoenix comes across, hey, I'm picking something up. I think something's happening outside of the ship. Scamper, you go over to Gilgamesh and kind of give him a bit of a shock.
Are you
okay.
really sure you want to do that?
Okay,
Yes.
Scamper, does Scamper have any kind of... Does he have...
He has a dagger attack. He's going to slightly
Just-
break him.
Just do that, and we'll call it a shock. See what happens.
There you go.
Oh my god! Where are you shocking him?
In his thigh.
Oh my god! Okay. Gilgamesh, you are in deep meditation. You're going over these images that you have recently seen of somebody from your past, and you're reeling back and forth with all these thoughts and other things happening. What is Gilgamesh thinking of all that right now? At this moment, I need to know his emotional state.
Well, he has spent a good amount of his time that video just playing over and over. And after he's able to move past his emotional response and be able to see objectively what's in front of him, he begins to understand a few things about what's happening. Not only have they been studying him and they've been copying his techniques, but it's just that. It's a copy. They're lacking something in their technique. They're lacking the philosophy behind it. And this, to him, is, well, a painful gift from Unicron was still a great gift of foresight. But I'm assuming at this point I'm going to get interrupted by a random static shock.
Yep. So you suddenly are in this deep meditation and you're just coming to this, and all of a sudden you just feel this immense shock in your leg, in your thigh, bringing you kind of out of your meditation suddenly. Oh my god. As you come out of your meditation, you can see you can pretty much see everything around you. You see Scamper right next to you.
So upon
I'm just
realizing
gonna
Gilgamesh is awake, I would
He's
like
just
to roll
looking down at
dexterity to attempt to
Scamper.
run.
Dexterity to run.
Yeah, you better run.
What's
There's my
Gilgamesh?
dex. I've absolutely failed.
Oh my god. Gilgamesh, do you want to try to grab him?
Yeah. What am I rolling to
Let
grab?
me see. What would I need to have you roll for?
It would be strength.
Just strength? Okay.
It's a grapple.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember from I was like, yeah, just do it. Okay, you're able to grab him real quick because he's moving but not fast enough. What do you want? What do you do
I'm
with
just
him?
carrying him like a softball.
Oh my
I'm not
God.
letting. He's gonna be suspended. Like His
legs
legs
are
are gonna be
twitching around.
dangling. I'm holding him like a child, like grabbing him like a little suitcase, and I'm walking to the bridge.
You climb up with Scamper in hand. Aegis is sitting up at the bridge. And Overload, you're still in the hall right above the doorway, aren't you?
Pretty much.
Yeah, so you come face to face with Gilgamesh and holding Scamper. Oh my god, I got this image in my head. It's like this little thing dangling legs in your hand. And you're just like,
Scamper's just gonna flash a thumbs up in his eye.
I hope you're not planning on breaking that one.
He rudely woke me up.
And
So, what's the situation?
Back to bull mode with the Omega symbol.
so now
that's
you
what's
are
up.
holding a softball.
So, as I'm seeing the Omega Protocol symbol, is it meaning anything to me specifically?
Nope.
I'm not aware of anything about it.
Nope. Neither you or
We-
Overload know what that
we
symbol
got
actually means.
We got contact from the station. The connection was fuzzy as power is running rampant and it's fluctuating a lot. But from what they were able to tell, apparently that besides from the power going haywire, they're apparently they're trying to open up the gate, as well as mentioning something called Protocol Omega.
Well, if we go any faster, we're gonna risk detection. But we could speed it up. We can probably get there in maybe a day. But we might be attracting more people than we want going there.
You hear Aegis turn. Hey, if you two are done talking down there, I could use you up here. Something's happening outside of Phoenix.
I would have been on the bridge, so.
Oh, you guys would have moved to the bridge? Okay, so he just
Yeah,
looks
I
over
said
at you.
I was going to the bridge when I was holding Scamper.
Okay, well, I didn't know if you guys continued because you were still right there at the hall when you bumped into him. But no,
Oh,
that's fine.
okay,
No,
yeah.
we can go do that. That's fine with me because you're right there anyway.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
A just kind of like he's pointing out the window, and you guys don't have to roll perception or anything. You guys can see this. He's just pointing because he sees it. And even Phoenix is like, to be honest, crew, I do not know what that is. Really, it's giving off energy signals, and A just goes, "Oh my god, the gods have spoken. Primus is trying to answer us. No, it's a space bridge. They're trying to open a space bridge," and his optics are wide, and you see this opening kind of fluctuate open and kind of close a bit and open up again.
Scamper's just gonna transform and point straight through it.
It looks really unstable. Are you sure? He's looking down at Scamper.
It's probably unstable because we probably don't have a lot of time left to go through it.
It just is like, it's if we do it, it better be when it's open, because this is going to be a rough ride if it isn't.
Yeah, I mean, we have to get our timing precise and quick, or else we're probably not going to get the chance again.
Phoenix comes across. He goes, "I will help with calculations immediately." And you can suddenly hear the ship kind of change atmosphere, and it's almost like he's going into a different type of flight mode. But you can hear like calculations like beeping from the computer systems going off faster.
And there's no time to wait. Gilgamesh, get to the station. We're going to be going immediately.
He's got his feet down off the console.
He
now.
takes the pilot's seat and he starts assuming control.
Aegis is sitting over in the co-pilot, and he's giving you head locations and waypoints to follow. Once we're in there, these are going to be useless. And Phoenix, I will be silent for the time being. I will assist. And suddenly, Gilgamesh, in your HUD, it's almost like you're connected with Phoenix, and you can see this outline of a flight path that you need to take. So I need you to do a little bit of dexterity flying here. So this is on you now.
Alrighty.
So it might get a little rough here and there. So
Dex saving throw or just a dex check?
hang on, let me think. Let's do a dex saving throw because you are trying to kind of get into this opening at the right amount of time, and it's risky.
Alright, if I'm being assisted, it'd be a 16.
Yep, you are being assisted because you got Phoenix and Aegis helping you. So you definitely have assistance. Aegis compensates, and he goes adjusting thruster, and he's literally taking, in a sense, he's your primary flying. Phoenix is giving coordinates and calculations. Aegis is assisting with other thrusters to adjust and give you attitude and roll, so that way you can maintain. So you come through the first point. You feel a little shake, nothing big. It's good. You hear Aegis, okay, we got another one coming. We're gonna have to rotate, and he starts to rotate the ship. Can you give me another roll there, please? Nice.
26.
And you hear Aegis, oh, that is sweet maneuver. He's just sitting over there. You swear he's grinning a little bit as you're flying, and he goes, okay, we're gonna have to rotate the other way. And he's okay, I'm having a little trouble here. I need your help with this. You know, roll me again.
23.
And as he comes up around and helps you, you're more helping him on this one though. One last roll, please.
28.
Nice. You see Aegis.
Fine, bro.
Oh, by the way, everybody better hang on. So, Overload, you're just standing there. Anybody else who's standing there? And as you guys go through, I want you to all make a perception check. This includes you, Scamper. I will roll for Aegis. Nice.
I got a dirty 20.
All right.
I have an assisted 17.
Nice. So, including Aegis, who got a 20 as well. He got a nat 20. So, you guys are going through. You feel the ship jolt. Let me see. I'm assuming Scamper is being still held by Gilgamesh at this point? Just to be sure.
No, he would have just kind of tossed him off after he had to take control in the pilot seat.
All right.
Scamper's hitting the front screen like a bug.
Well, you'd be hitting the back wall or the side wall, depending. Overload, are you holding on to anything by chance? I'm going to give you a chance.
I feel like if I try to hold on to anything, I'm gonna break it.
Because you're so big and strong. Okay. So, Scamper and Overload, I need you to...
Insert the R... No, I'm not going to save throw. I'll let it happen. Insert the R2D2 scream here.
I don't even know if it'll...
I wish I did. I'm
wish,
really
yeah.
wishing I did right now.
Just everybody imagine that sound as you see Scamper go... Whee! And hit the wall and kind of slide down.
Question: would I have an advantage on the strength check since I'm expecting it?
Kind of, yes, you would.
Alright.
So go ahead, dude.
20.
You just stand there stoically. You don't even move, and the whole ship jolts. You get comms from Carbine. What is going on?
We just made a treacherous jump, I'd assume.
Jump! Next time, warn me. I had to catch the little one in midair.
And it was kind of a now or never thing. So sorry for not warning you in advance.
You're lucky I'm agile. I will deal with you later. Comms cut abruptly. She's pissed at you all.
Now, question: how far did Scamper fly? Because this would technically be full
We're gonna
damage,
experience
wouldn't
some light turbulence and then explode.
Let's just say Scamper shot down the hallway. How's that?
it? The minimum damage has just knocked Scamper's. Scamper's gone. He is no longer functioning.
Scamper's not
For the record,
dead.
that's not my fault.
I didn't say roll for damage, so Scamper, you were in your ball form still, weren't you?
No.
Oh, I thought you were.
No, I remember. I transformed back to point.
Oh, did you? I thought you just did an arm out and pointed. Okay.
No.
So, God, what is Scamper's HP? I forgot what I put it at.
35.
Okay, you wouldn't have taken that much damage. You would have flown, but you wouldn't have taken that much damage.
He's not dead. He
No.
might be a little. He might be a little cracked, a little
Yeah,
damaged.
You're a little
but he's not
scuffed up.
dead.
Yeah. Yeah, you would have gone flying, but you wouldn't have. You're not going to take that much damage. It wasn't that rough. You flew about maybe 10, 15 feet down the hallway a little bit, so you're not too far away.
You took like maybe a
I'm not going to make you go.
damage.
Yeah, I'm not going to make you go all the way to the engine room. That would suck. Then you really would be
Aw.
dead.
But it would have been funny.
It still is because you got launched backward. And everybody else is sitting there.
It's still an RD2 moment where you're just screaming.
Where'd he go? He's down the hall. All you guys hear is this little that scampers back up to the bridge.
I looked at Gilgamesh and Overlord and flashed the OK hand symbol in my eye.
Baseball.
Despite the fact the screen is probably cracked.
It's a little scuffed up, maybe a little scratches here and there, maybe a crack or just a small crack.
You need a bit of repairing.
Do you?
No, Scamper's fine.
Your call.
So you guys, you usually kind of pop out the other side of this. You're kind of in. You can see the tunnel. Usually it doesn't take this long to get through. You start getting a little bit of communication. Phoenix goes, comms are back up to the station. And you can hear him reply really quickly and urgently. And you guys are getting a call from Kiara. Guys, Phoenix, do you read me? Anybody, can you read me, guys? Hello? And,
We're reading it now.
oh my Primus. Yeah, okay. Barish, we got him. And you can hear Barish in the background. Oh, thank the Primus.
We're coming through the bridge now, so I hope you're ready to receive us.
Okay, Drift, are you sure this is safe? And you hear Drift, did it, look, my calculations are good. It would help if we had Void Striker here. Can you guys get Void Striker? We kind of need some help here. Oh, wait, never mind. He's freaking out. He goes, dudes, this sucks. He goes, there's crap happening on the station. I go, you can hear, I got this all set up. Just come in. As soon as you come through, slam on the brakes, Phoenix. Gilgamesh, do everything. And you see her freaking out. And you suddenly hear this, ping. And you hear Kiara for a moment, will you calm down? Sorry. I'm going to go over here. Sorry about that. He's panicking a little. And you guys coming through, you're about to pop in to the station at a high rate of speed. And you hear Drift, you might want to start slowing down now. And you hear his voice strained. And Phoenix is like, slow down. We're in a bridge. We came in at the speed we... Oh, no. Are the doors open? And Kiara's like, no. kind of finishing his sentence. We're having lots of malfunctions right now.
All
Scam
right,
is going to flash
so
the icon for emergency handbrake.
Gilgamesh is rotating the engines for a full reverse, and he's readying a massive burn, essentially.
You see Aegis suddenly going to town on the console, and he looks up for a moment. Phoenix, we need to adjust for power. We're gonna need to take all reserves. He's like already on it. They're all freaking out. I need you, Gilgamesh, to make. How would I do this one? This one's gonna be different. I mean, it's a save. It's not really Dex, but it's. Oh,
How would you describe it?
I need you to do strength.
Would it be? Okay.
And it has to be
Strength.
high, yeah.
Oh, dice don't fail me now.
Guess what?
Guess what? They fucking failed.
Hang on,
And
hang
even
on.
if I assist,
It doesn't matter.
uh,
That's 2 6s.
Aegis is on the console. He goes, okay, I don't know what else I can do. Phoenix comes across, already handling it, and you suddenly feel the ships. You guys feel the ship kind of like you're slamming on the brakes and how you lean forward suddenly. Overload, you're still standing, but you feel this momentum of pressure behind, like you're getting pushed forward, but it's you guys literally are getting pushed forward. And Aegis is like, okay, what are you doing, Phoenix? Slamming on the brakes. As you guys pop through the bridge on the other side, you can see this opening. You literally see the outer hangar door is closed. The inner one is slightly closed, but it's not fully closed. So you guys can just fit it. Gilgamesh, I need you to make a dex saving throw right now.
Yeah, so
Stanford's going to look to
either
Gilgamesh and give him a salute.
we're threading the needle, or I'm turning us about and trying to like spin around and like rotate around the station, trying to avoid a collision. 26.
Describe how you're going to bring Phoenix in, because Phoenix is trying to help as well, and he's really putting a lot of power in. You can see the lights all around you dim. The ship kind of gets dark.
So with this, we're gonna thread the needle. We're gonna narrowly slip into the entryway, and as we're coming in, I'm having the engines kind of like spin and rotate us about. So we're basically turning in as we're coming in, and I'm firing the engines forward just to kind of bring that spinning momentum to a stop as we get into the hangar bay.
All right, as you do this, Phoenix pops out of the space bridge. You can hear across the comms, "Oh, Primus!" from everybody across the comms that's in. You hear Varish, you hear Kiara, and you hear Drift just freaking out. And you hear another voice, but it's from within the ship. What in the Primus are you guys doing?
And he's basically like power whipping the Phoenix into the hangar bay.
You guys swing Phoenix in. You come so close to that door. You pass by the inner door with, like, you flip it around and it looks miraculously like some maneuver that has never been pulled off. You come close and you're able to bring Phoenix in, and you hear, "Phoenix, if I had a spark, I thought I almost lost it." And he goes, "Okay, I'm bringing attitude thrusters around," and you can feel the ship kind of settle around, and Phoenix kind of like, "Okay, I got control," and he literally drops himself right where you guys are at. So you're kind of in the center of this the platform, and he just drops himself. I don't want to ever do that again.
Scamper will proceed to oil himself.
Aegis has got his fingers buried into the console. It's like, and he just looks over at you, Gilgamesh, and just like,
He's not.
Huh?
He's not really giving it much. He's hitting buttons on the controls to start powering down and bringing the engines down. Now that they've landed.
And you just kind of you hear this chink 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 chink, and he gets up, and you see him just walk out of the bridge quietly, and he turns. I'm gonna go. He doesn't really say anything. He just starts walking down to the hangar. As you
Gilgamesh
guys,
isn't really affected by that too much, just because it's that daredevil in him that just. This felt like a normal kind of a thing for him to do.
Overload, are you okay?
Why wouldn't I be?
Oh my god!
Dealt with worse.
You hear this voice yelling up at you. What in the Primus are you guys doing? And you see Carbine kind of trotting up, and you see the little ones kind of like the tentacles are wrapped around her onto her back. I was trying to get the little one checked out. She walks up. She's in her caracal form, so she's sitting there looking at you both. What is going on? I'm trying to check her out. We're getting whipped around back there. Sorry, Phoenix, you're going to need some repairs in the med bay now. And she kind of holds up her claws, and she goes, tink, tink, and puts her paw back down. And Phoenix is like, whatever. And she's like, what is going on? Oh, we're back at the station. Okay. And she just looks up at you two blankly like, what just happened?
Gilgamesh just calmly just walks by and he opens the hatch and he starts to exit the ship going into the station.
She just looks at and she looks up at you, Overload, and she goes, did I miss something?
Not at all.
I sent you a funny, by the way, Matrix.
God. Let me take a look at this real quick. I gotta see this.
It's just the RPG screen.
That's actually kind of what I was thinking a little bit. So you guys, I'm assuming, are disembarking Phoenix, who has probably oiled himself as well. You guys step out. You see Kiara coming running up, and she's got a large tablet in her hand again. And she goes, guys, there's a lot of stuff happening here. Are you guys okay? And she is sorry about the lights. They're kind of coming in and out. They're flickering on and off. And she's sitting there, and she just looks over at you guys, and she's just more concerned about you guys at this moment. She goes, so I let Addie know she's not doing too good. She's very upset. Aegis stopped by the quarters and picked up the T-Cog Void Strikers. And he has it in his hands. And Kiara sees this and she goes, is that part of Void Striker?
Yes.
Aegis just kind of hangs his head low, like, just not really saying anything. Oh. Yeah, she's not doing too good. I've been with her a few times checking on her, but she's just sitting in the lounge. She really hasn't said anything. She's just been crying. So, and Aegis kind of holds out the T-Cog and he kind of looks up and he looks at you, Gilgamesh, and Overload back and forth between you. I think this should go to her. And he kind of just holds it out a little bit like, or should this go to her kind of thing. He's asking a question of you guys.
Scamper's gonna run off to the control room.
Gilgamesh is just gonna look to Overload. What do you want to do with it?
those that were those that were familiar with the Fallen typically gain rights over the Fallen's belongings for sentimental value, or we could use it to better give or better suit one of us and giving us a bit more advantage. Though the second one seems a bit more inhumane.
I personally don't feel a need for such a device, but if you think it's best for us to hold on to it, that's up to you. I do have something else to give Addie anyway. Something I was meaning to give her when we got back. So,
Okay. Kiara's just kind of, she's in the lounge if any of you want to maybe try and go talk to her. Carbine kind of comes out with little one, and Kiara kind of sees, and it's like, is she okay? Did she get hurt or something? Why? Carbine just kind of,
physically, she's fine. Emotionally, probably not so much.
and she leans down to Carbine, kind of pets Carbine. Carbine doesn't really purr, but she gives an affectionate rub on her and kind of lifts the little one up to show her. And little one just kind of almost looks a little lifeless, and she just kind of looks up and just kind of lets her head fall back down. Kiara reaches out. You see her gently pick her up and kind of cradle her a little bit. But her size to the little one, she's literally just palming her almost. And she goes, "Okay, we'll get you checked out. Um, you want me to take her to Felix and see if he can take a look at her? Him and Micron are in the
It
med
might be
bay."
best for right now.
And she's really stumbling a little bit. She goes, "But are you guys doing okay?" And she's looking at all of you. She's just, you just lost a friend. You guys okay? And she's generally asking. And you see the little one kind of curl over and kind of into Kiara, and you can hear what sounds like little crying or something happening.
I'm going over to that room. I'm not even going to state my feelings. I'm just going to walk.
Okay.
It's
Kiara,
kind of the same thing. Gilgamesh is gonna start making his way to the lounge. He's gonna go talk to Addie.
Kiara kind of just looks like, okay. And she sees Aegis follow you, Overload. He's in his bot form still, and he's just walking. Carbine walks up to Kiara. You guys can briefly hear, it was, it was bad. And Kiara just kneeled down to see Carbine to hear. And she's like, you better go with them. I'll take care of the little one for you. And she trots off. You can feel her kind of jump onto you, Gilgamesh, and climb up you real quick and just kind of not wrap around you, but sit kind of more perched up as you guys are walking. Scamper, you ran off to the control room, correct?
Yep.
Varish is sitting there, and Varish can see Kiara with the little one as she walks off to the med bay with her. And he suddenly kind of hears the door open, but he doesn't see anything. He looks around. Oh, it must be another malfunction. And he goes back to the console and he's working, trying to figure out why is the power. And you can kind of see Drift is in there too. And you see Varish kind of lean over to him. Do you think it's some power draw? Maybe there's a circuit being routed for something for some reason. Voidstriker was the only one that knew this system better than anybody. He made it. And Drift is just sitting there. You can hear them talking between them, each other about this. He's like, dude, if I knew some of this stuff is outside of my bounds. For Minicom, we're more advanced tech, but this stuff, he's routed it in different ways. There's a lot of security here. But why does it keep flashing Omega protocol on all the screens now?
Scamper is going to climb onto the main console and connect to it, beginning the Omega countdown.
Varish kind of sits there. He's not looking at you at the moment. He doesn't know you're there. He's that oblivious right now, I'll tell you. And even Drift is not watching you. Their perceptions didn't roll high, by the way. That's why they don't see you. And Varish kind of turns back. Oh, jeez! What? And Drift even turns. What in the world? Dude, what's he doing? And he looks down at his screen. And he goes, what? What is going on? And Drift just kind of drops the tablet he has, like to his side. Now what, dude? Come on. What's the timer? Is this place gonna explode? Varish is like, and he kind of taps you. Hey, what's the timer for? Is that a bomb? And he's asking Scamper.
Scamper at this point will no longer respond.
This is not good. Dude, none of this is good. Ever since whatever happened, I don't know what happened. We had the power surge and then suddenly this. Dude. You know what? We'll just keep working on this. So as what does the countdown what would the countdown read in time? Because I'm letting
Say
you
40 minutes.
So 40 minutes of time. So Drift comes across the comms to all of you as you guys are going through the labs, the fight room in a sense, the practice room. You hear him come across, dudes. That little thing that was part of Void Striker is up here, and he just connected to the console, and now it says Omega Protocol timer, and it says 40 minutes, and it's ticking down. I don't know what that really means, if this place is going to explode, because he won't talk to us.
Gilgamesh will just quietly acknowledge what he heard, and he's continuing because he's laser focused on going to talk to Addie.
So the timer's going. You guys know this now. You all make your way to the lounge. You step into the room. You can only see the back of Addie sitting on the one end of the lounge. You can see that she is crying, or at least sounds like she's crying. And she's just sitting there, kind of curled up a little bit. She almost looks like the little one curled up, but bigger.
So Gilgamesh will remove the two swords from his side, and he will go sit down in front of her. He'll sit down on his knees, and he puts his swords down in front of him. Addie, I'm so sorry. We did everything we could to save him. And it just wasn't enough.
You see her rocking. She starts to rock a bit. And you hear a little bit of sobbing here and there. She slowly looks up, and you just see the energon tears running down her face. And she looks at you. He said he was going to come back. He. I knew he shouldn't have gone. And why did
Addie,
he? Why did he have to die?
I swear to you, I will make this right.
How?
He died getting us some valuable information, but that information was a valuable insight. And I will do everything I can to make sure that his sacrifice was worth it.
Sacrifice? Sacrifice? What? and any of you have saved him, or at least some, like, get his, I don't know. And she's just stumbling over her words at this point, and it's not fair. It's not fair. I've been so unhappy, and I finally find somebody who understands my mind, and I'm just, I don't want to be like this. And you see her really just struggling really hard. A just kind of walks around and kind of stands near you, like next to you, and he's holding his TCOG, and she looks down. That's his TCOG. A just kind of, he's not looked up at her yet. He's just got his head bowed, and he slowly looks up. I tried to help him, but I failed to help him. I I tried, and I I was scared of the things that were, and I'm sorry. He threw this to me, and you see him set it down very gently, and he goes, I'm very sorry. I failed to protect again." And he just bows and he walks away quietly. Addie just kind of watches him, and as he walks by, she puts her hand out and grabs him. Kind of not rough, just stops him suddenly. And he doesn't, he's waiting for something. She literally just grabs him, pulls him up, and hugs him. And he's just kind of hanging there like, what do I do? And Overlord, you can kind of see this because he's looking at you. What do I do? Look, and you can kind of feel it from him, like he's like, Carbine's still sitting on your shoulder, and she's like, "Just hug her, you dummy," because she knows what he's doing. She's perceptive enough to pick it up, and it's like, so A just kind of, you see his arms kind of come up and hug around her neck and hold on to her, and she just starts bawling. She kind of lets go of him, and he kind of lowers himself down to the floor. She's sitting there, kind of holding her legs to her chest and got her knees up to her chin, and she's just looking. Why did he have to die? Why? And she just keeps rocking a bit. Why? How did he die? And she looks dead straight at you, Gilgamesh. She's not breaking her optic contact to look with you. How did he die?
Gilgamesh just slowly looks up at her, giving his life to protect ours.
She kind of slides forward, her feet come down to the floor, and she gets closer. He died protecting you. And she looks pissed. Her demeanor changed. Carbine's about to say something, but she shuts up real fast. And you can hear Carbine in your head. I think she's pissed. That's all you hear in your head for a brief moment. Why did he think you deserved to be saved? Or him? And she just points backwards at Overload. Why did he have to die? Because he was protecting you.
And you believe him wrong in that decision?
Her optics are still, she's dead staring you just as much.
He's staring
Yeah, she's
back
just,
with the same intensity.
She gets really close to you. Because not all of us are bad. Before you can even say anything else, she just hugs you. Because he did the right thing. And you hear her start to cry again a bit. He did the right thing. I knew he has good intentions. I know he has a bad past. Had a bad past. And she leans back away from you. And she still has her hands on your shoulders. He did the right thing. I know he did. It's just, why him? I finally found happiness, and now I have nothing.
I understand how you feel. I've been in your shoes. I know the pain you're feeling.
What do I do? He just kind of comes up.
He will pull a small little data pad. It's turned off, and he just places it down on the table, kind of in front of her, face down, and he just slides it forward. What you do with your life now is your destiny.
She looks down at it. She looks at you. At this point, Aegis has come back up. We just got to keep going. Do what we can. Make things right. I mean, and Carbine's just sitting there. She kind of walks forward off of you and lands on the floor. She transforms into her bot form and she goes, many cons were devastated and we're what's left. But we're still going. And we see good in you, just like we see good in them. And you can feel Carbine's hand touch your leg because she's gesturing to you in overload. Addie kind of looks down at the data pad. What's the data pad? And she...
Something for you for when you feel ready. You don't have to read it now. It's not important. But
okay.
When you feel you're ready, go ahead and read it.
She looks over, kind of past Aegis and Carbine. She sees the T-Cog, and you see her take the data pad and put it in her arm console very softly and slowly close it and kind of like grip her forearm where she put it at and closes it up. She reaches over and she slides the T-Cog slowly over and she picks it up. What are you guys going to do with this part of him?
Well, that's kind of going to be up to you. The T-Cog was his last possession. It only seems fitting to give it to you.
He just kind of walks up. He would want you to have it anyway. He threw it to me and wanted to make sure that a part of him didn't get completely destroyed. Addie doesn't say anything. She's just holding the T-Cog. She looks at Aegis. And you can see what looks like she's taking a deep breath, but she's just kind of... And you shouldn't feel so guilty about not being able to save him. And he just kind of takes a step back, but I failed. You tried. That's what you could do. That's all you can do. Right? so we keep going. Carbine just kind of thumbs up, like, yeah, you're getting it. And Addie gets up with the teacog. She kind of sets it on the couch instead. And she turns to you, Overload, and walks over to you, and she looks up at you. So what about you? Are you okay? And she's really trying not to let tears flow, but you can see a few energon tears are still coming out.
Yeah, I'm fine. However, it's a really bad day for rain, isn't it?
Yeah. And she kind of gestures for you to lean down to her. Because you're way taller than her. I was going to say.
I'll go ahead and kneel.
She comes up to your face really close and she looks at you. He talked about you when you guys were together a lot. He looked at you more as a friend at times. But he put confidence in you. So I will do the same. You've all been really good to me. And I will still help and serve. I'm just going to need a little time to deal with my loss. And as you
Take all
guys
the
are,
time you need.
yeah, as you're saying that, Overload, all the lights start to flicker and change, and you hear Drift come across. Dudes, it's like 30 minutes now. And Addie goes, maybe I'll have to put my emotions to the side. Maybe I'll go help them. We don't know what that timer is, do we? She's looking around at all of you. Oh. Sorry.
No, none of us were really filled in on what Omega Protocol is.
And she kind of gestures, yeah, I see that it's flashing on every screen around here. I'll go and try to help out. You hear Drift come across. Guys, we might have a bigger problem. You hear Varish in the background. What? Oh, whoa. We can't have these on the station. And the comms cut briefly, like for that moment. It sounds like they're scrambling. And Addie's like, I think we might need to get up there now. And she kind of like, let's go. And she gestures, let's get to the comm station, the bridge.
Gilgamesh will take up his two swords and put them back onto his side as they make their way to the bridge.
You guys all make your way up there. As soon as you come through, you see Varish kind of standing up and back. You see Scamper kind of like mounted to the console, and you see the timer is now less than 30 minutes. But you see something else on there, and Varish is kind of standing back a little bit, and he goes, Drift, dude, get me a fly swatter, get me something, get me a metal plate, get me anything. And I need you get both actually everybody's gonna roll perception, so I'll roll for Addie as well.
Why
Okay.
are my perception rolls so shit tonight? I don't understand.
That's okay. Addie is the only one out of the three of them really noticing, because I guess the mini cons are too short and they don't see it. Overload, you and Addie see it right away because you were the first ones in. You see something very small on the console, and it's just kind of standing there. And you notice it's moving at the same time Varish moves in his motion. It's a scraplet. But it's not chewing on anything. It's mimicking Varish right now, going back and forth. Like you see Varish move to the side like he's looking at it. You see it move. So you two are seeing this, and Addie's like, what's it doing? and she's pointing. So Gilgamesh, you guys all of you follow, and Carbine's like, I don't see anything. Aegis is like, what are you pointing at? And Carbine's like, oh, forget this, and she transforms into her Caracal and she runs up you real quick, Gilgamesh, to look, and she goes, you hear, oh my Primus, oh, we are in so much trouble. And Aegis is like, what's going on? Carbine kind of goes, you don't want to know. And he's like, what? And he starts hitting your leg, Overload. Overload, what are they looking at?
What to say?
Overload, you're worrying me. What are they seeing?
I don't know. A problem?
A problem? Oh, forget this. He transforms into his hawk form and he flies up to your shoulder and he lands and his eyes lock onto it. And suddenly he's freaking out and you feel his talons dig into your shoulder.
Said it was a problem.
Did we bring them back with us? I don't like scrablets. And he's like, I'm out of here. And he's trying to fly, but he kind of flops and lands to the floor on his back. Ah! And you hear him panicking. And Carbine's like, oh, for crying out loud, it's not eating anything. And he kind of flips over and he looks like a bird that's like trying to walk away with its wings and trying to get away. And it's ridiculous.
It's a turtle with wings.
Yeah. He looks ridiculous right now because he's panicking. And Addie's like, just calm down. This thing is not eating anything. It's just. And you see her like mimicking its movements as Varish keeps moving. And she reaches out and stops Varish. Stop moving. And Varish stops moving. And he's like, what? And you see his hands move. You see the scraplet kind of move its appendages the same way. Why is it mimicking you? And he's like, I don't know. I didn't know it was what it, Drift's like, wait, this isn't a normal scraplet. And he goes to put his finger up there and the thing turns and suddenly gestures just like he does. Like he's like, wait, I'm poking you. You're not poking me, dude. And you can see him kind of like going back and forth. And you see
Fernharm touch.
Yeah, they're doing these same gestures back and forth. And Addie kind of like just looking at this, and she turns to tell you, this isn't a normal scraplet. What is this? It's a scraplet. At least that's what the readout is. And she kind of steps forward and she's like gesturing to Drift back away for a moment. And Varish and Drift back away. So they're about in the same distance you guys are from it, but Addie's closer. She kind of stands there. You see the scraplet lock onto her. And you see it do the same position as she does. She raises her hand and waves at it, and it lifts up one of its little appendages and waves at her. And she kind of like, do you understand me? And you see its appendage, like she's doing the gesture, like back and forth. And the scraplet does the same thing, and then you see it nod. And she kind of turns. You see the scraplet turn the same way, but she's looking at you guys. It's looking out in the hangar. And she goes, it's a sentient scraplet. This isn't possible. Where did it come from? And as you guys are sitting there, I need you all to make a perception. This is a lot of perceptions I have to roll. Jesus Christ.
Nat 20.
Nice, Dave.
Finally. Finally.
Oh,
Okay,
okay, that's one. Oh, that one didn't make it.
Natural
This-
one.
Okay.
This is too mu-
Overload's brain is still trying to process scraplet on station.
Should
Two.
eliminate or
God.
Mm.
Okay,
Is food?
I forgot. Aegis is panicking, so he ain't paying attention to nothing. Carbine sees it. Addie sees this. Gilgamesh, you see it. Varish doesn't really see it. Drift doesn't see it either. But she goes, wait a minute. Do you guys see that? And she's she's kind of telling all of you, but you three primarily see another scraplet kind of come up next to the other one because they're not paying attention. They're all talking amongst themselves, the others, but they go, "Wait, there's another one." And you can see them turn to each other, and it looks like they're talking, but you can't hear what they're saying. And
Goddamn tribbles.
and Varish goes, "Well, I thought we were having a problem with the console because it was sparking on the side," and you see it spark again, and you see the scraplets are talking like they're doing their little thing. All of a sudden, you see the one that came up turn, walk down, and you all kind of move around to see it. It goes down to the panel, opens it up a little bit, and climbs in. And Varish goes, "Oh, great! Is it going to start chewing on things?" The sparking stops. And Addie kind of leans down and she kind of undoes the rest of the panel and she lowers it down. It's not eating it. And she kind of takes a shot of it and video it and sends it to all of you because it's such a small opening. She goes, "Look at this." And she shoots it up on one of the screens. She goes, "It's repairing it." Scraplets don't repair. These are not normal scraplets. What kind of things are you? She stands back up excitedly, but at the same time she goes, "Were you one of Void Striker's experiments?" It shakes its head yes, and then no. And I don't understand that answer. Is that yes or no? And it does it again. You suddenly see the lights all go out. It's pitch black. Your night visions all kick on. And Drift's like, "Oh, great. We're in the dark with a scraplet or scraplets." And this timer now says 25 minutes left. Nope, make that 24. And the lights come back on. I cannot figure out where the power is being siphoned to. I can't even access anything hardly. And he shows the tablet as the power and the lights are all coming back on. He goes, "It's like it's being rerouted somewhere, dudes. I do not know where it's going." As you guys are sitting there, you get a call from Kevin and Blend and Steel, all the other bots on the station, including Felix and Micron. And they go, you hear all like a jumble of cat all at the same time, but you all make out the words scraplet.
So,
I think I understand what's happening.
not being.
When Void Striker fell, I'm guessing Omega Protocol is a self-destruction for the station.
Hmm.
The scraplets chewing, they're pretty much going to consume the station over time. I don't know if we can stay here any longer.
So then it's a countdown for the station's demise then.
Starting to seem more and more like it.
You guys are sitting there. You keep getting a call from Steel or Blend or Kevin or Felix or Micron. You hear them just kind of, okay, what are they doing? They're not eating anything. They're just kind of wandering about. There's not a whole bunch of them. I got about 5 here. You hear Kevin, "I got 2." And Blend is like, "I'm in the reactor room and place is going nuts as is. I've got 3 sitting around here. They're doing something, but they're not eating anything, but I don't really want to be in here. And you hear each of them. Steele's like, there's scraplets. There's like 5 in here, and they're picking up parts and walking out with them.
I'm
And
gesturing to Carbine, and I'm just slightly telling her to go check on the mini cons.
her optics go wide, and she goes on it, and she jumps down, runs through the door, and she's gone. She's
Yep.
and you within a moment you hear the mini cons are fine. Wait, what in the world? I've got some mini cons with parts walking through and going through the. Where are they going? And she goes, they're going through the small tunnels. And she goes, I'm going to try and follow them. And you can hear, I'm going to stay on comms for a moment. And you suddenly hear, ow! The door closed on my face. How rude. Gilgamesh, I don't know what's going on, but I can't even go through the small tunnels, the mini tunnels. But the mini cons are safe. I think I'll stay here with them unless you need me there right away. I'll stay on comms, though.
Stay with them and try and see if you can find a different access way through.
As you guys are sitting there, the lights flicker again. This time you see the one mini con on the console, and you can kind of see it move around a little bit.
Like a matrix has gone from calling scraplets to tomatoes.
Oh, sorry, yeah, mini cons. Wow, I'm flipping on them because they're so small. The scraplets, god damn it, the scraplets. Whew. Hey, I've already trying to get past the void striker thing. Okay, it's driving me insane. Stop it. The scraplet that's sitting up on the console, though, you see it move around to the screen, and you see it kind of like tink, 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 tapping on it, and you see 20 minutes left. As you guys are sitting there, you see some mini cons walking through with some parts. They're not very big. They look like ants to you guys, but you know they're not mini con, scraplets. God damn it. Now you got me all mixed up.
You mixed yourself up.
Yeah, I did, didn't I? But you see the scraplets moving around, and they go through the tunnels, and Aegis is kind of back to the wall, and he's still freaking out. I don't want to be near those things. And he's still in his hawk form, but he looks like a drunk hawk on the floor. Overlord, you might want to pick him up or something. Jesus Christ. Drift is looking at them. Addie's watching it. What are they doing? Where are they going? Drift, can you scan or anything? And Drift kind of looks at the tablet and just looks at it. And it's got Omega Protocol just flashing with a timer on it. I can't do anything. And you hear...
How about we follow where they're going to see what they're trying to pull?
You hear Blend, who's in the reactor room. These mini cons picked up some parts and now are heading... They're heading out of the room. Not toward the lounge, but up to the hallway. And he kind of... You can hear Blend, oh, and there's some more coming through here. It looks like they're taking parts from, or pieces. I'm not sure. And Blend is confused. I'm just the guy working on the engine, in a sense, but what are they doing? And even you
Those
hear
parts. Do they look at all familiar?
You guys recognize them as parts you guys would use, even the station would use to a point, but mostly what you guys would use.
But are they like more associated to like a power source, like parts to a generator or something?
No, more like well, sort of like generator parts. They're more of for um I guess components to hold them together in a sense. Joint pieces,
Like a chassis?
maybe. It would look possibly like a chassis, I guess. It's not a chassis, but sure. But
Okay.
Blend, you hear Blend, they're all, and he goes, the door, they went through that small door that I don't know where this tunnel goes. I'm not small enough to fit. And you can hear it sounds like an echo. And it looks like they're going, and he goes, never mind, the door closed. Um, they went into this little tunnel over here. Drift is just standing there. He's talking about the tunnels that we use sometimes to go through because they're small enough for us mini cons, but and you hear Kiara, what is going on with these scraplets? I'm just listening. I'm trying to protect the little one, but they're not interested in us. And even Felix, yeah, I don't know what's going on, but this is odd. Micron's fascinated by it. Yes, yes, this is most interesting. And you can hear Felix, get away from them. We don't know if they're going to eat us. Remember what happened to you know who? Uh huh. You hear Micron, oh, yes. Um, yeah, I do not wish to go out like that. You hear Kiara, I'm coming up to the bridge with the little one. I don't want to leave her even here. I'll be there in a moment. And she cuts the comm for her and she starts making her way to you guys. And you guys are just getting reports from like Steel saying those scraplets are they've gone through the one of the little tunnels. And he goes, they're not in here anymore.
Where do the tunnels meet at? Where would they converge on? Like an engine room? Well, I mean
Well,
not engine room, but like I get like engineering essentially for like what would be a station. Like
it, you hear Aegis kind of sitting there, and he goes, well, maybe Carbine can sniff him out. And you hear Carbine come across, I still have my radio on. Not offensive. And you hear him kind of argue for a moment. Look at, yes, I can sniff them out, but they went through the door. You know what? I'll try and see if I can sniff them out. And she gets kind of grumpy about it. And she goes, I'm trying to sniff them out. Glenn said they were mostly there, so I'm gonna go to the engine or the reactor room and check there. And you hear the door open over her comms, and she goes, "Making my way. I can smell," and you can hear her sniffing every once in a while. This is unusual. And you hear Blend, "Oh, hi, Carbine. Yeah, that way." And he points to the door up toward the hallway, but it's a smaller door nearby it. And you hear, okay, the scent kind of ends here, but
what are you
you
detecting?
she goes, it's weird. It's like I can smell it here, but she goes over to the bigger door and she goes, the door opens and she kind of looks up. She goes, this is unusual. He, the smell's coming down and she's not fully in the hall. So you guys, if you were to look, she's looking down the hall toward the mausoleum. She goes, um, you guys might want to come down here. Kiara just gets to you guys. She goes, what in the world are these things doing?
I just passed by Kiara as I'm making my way to the reactor room.
And
Still trying to figure that out.
Addie just turns scraplets. I don't know. And she kind of follows Addie kind of jogs, catches up to you, Gilgamesh. Do you think it has to do with an explosive? Maybe something that's gonna blow up? Drift goes, well, we got 15 minutes to figure that out. And you guys are all making your way. I'm assuming you're going to go up through the labs.
Yeah, if that's the only pathway I can take to get there, then yeah, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it's
go
either
through the
that or you
labs.
would go through the lower rooms and then come up. So either which way, you're
Yeah,
going to end
so
up in
we'll
the
go through
hall.
the labs.
You get to the doorway to the hallway and it opens up. And you can see Carbine standing at the other doorway just looking. So she's straight out, but she's got her head to the right. And she goes, the lights are not on down that hall. And I can see smoke around that door. Not a lot. And you guys all step into this hallway. You're all standing there. You can see the hallway's a bit dark, but it's Carbine's like, I think it's from the smoke though. It smells weird. And she kind of turns back to you and she just slowly looks and then she looks back like puzzled, like, what is going on? Drift comes forward and Addie comes forward. That's the mausoleum. What's happening in there? And they kind of get to about where Carbine is, and Carbine's tentacle comes up. You might want to stop here just in case.
Is the gas flammable?
All of you give me perception checks. God, I have to do this again. It's a lot of
Perception.
yeah. I have to do it for each one of them, and that's a pain in my ass.
I don't want to
Overlord
look at
still doesn't see
shit.
shit.
I don't want to look at shit.
That's okay. Addie kind of gets
Two
close.
ones in a row. My God.
Yeah. Addie gets close since she's close, but Drift doesn't really pay attention to that right away. But she points out it smells like something's not. How do I put this? It smells like something's burning, but it's like metallic because we are in a metal environment. I hope this doesn't mean this has been destroyed. And she goes, it's not. And she kind of puts her arm forward and she's kind of got, no, it's just smoke. And she steps into it and she kind of waves it around.
I would have made my way to the door by now, yeah?
Yeah. At this point, you would have passed by her because she's just waving it away. She's like, it's a little smoky in here, but it's not bad. You guys get to the door. You're all kind of standing there crowding in the hall. Overload's big booty's kind of like, taking up a good majority there. But you notice that the door Drift's like, he walks up, puts his hand on the door. This isn't the same door, dudes. This is another door on top of that door. And he taps on it, and you hear this thunk. And he just kind of looks back slowly. That's a thick door, dudes. Like really thick.
Still leaving secrets even now.
And Drift kind of looks down at the at his pad, and he goes, dudes, we got like 5 minutes, give or take some time here." And he goes, this door, and he hits it again. You hear the thunk, and he looks at it. This thing's thick. What is going on?
So all the scraplets are heading towards this door with parts that are unknown.
And you see Carbine kind of sniffing along the wall, and she's like down at the crack, and she kind of passes by you, Gilgamesh, like by your feet near the wall, and she's like, yeah, they're along here somewhere. And okay, it's too smoky now. I can't smell them too well now. And she kind of shakes her head off, and her little tufts kind of wiggle around. And she goes, yeah, can we get in here? If this place is going to explode.
I may have a theory that doesn't end with this place's destruction.
Go
Dude.
on.
And you hear Drift, Well, you want to share? Because we got about like 3 minutes left.
And this may sound like a crazed soldier's, theory, but what if they're not here to destroy the station, but make something within it?
Like what, dude?
Considering they're heading to this singular area that was secret until now, what if they're making something that could be beneficial?
What, you mean like a
Because
weapon?
scraplets,
He's just like,
possibly, since scraplets are known for deconstructing, not really assembling, aren't they?
mm-hmm.
So
So
that he's
this is an
building something on at the expense of the entire station.
Not the entire
Fine,
station. They didn't take a whole
not the
bunch of
entire.
stuff.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're not deconstructing the entire station, and if they were, it would be being deconstructed at a much rapid pace. And concerning the question on if they came from Void with a nod and and shake of the head. What if they were connected to Void, and because this Omega protocol was activated, they're now trying to construct something as like
Ad-
a final objective.
Addy turns to you, but his spark. He would have to have a spark,
It's
right?
probably a it's probably an objective that was wired into them upon his death.
And Drift kind of
A
goes.
fail-safe protocol once his spark was extinguished.
Drift's like, that seems a little odd, but oh,
But
It's
it's weird.
meticulous, but it's what I would expect from someone like him.
yeah,
Yeah,
it is
maybe.
Void.
Addie's like, well, whatever's happening, how do we get in here? And she kind
I
of
think
pounds on the door really hard. What did you do, you fool? And she hits
I
it
think
again harder, and nothing
I
happened.
th- I think that may be the point. Nothing's supposed to go in, but something is supposed to come out.
So all we can do is sit here and wait the 3 minutes and see what pops out. Or it is a bomb and we are all going to die, you know.
Well,
So that's
Addie,
fun.
Addie's like, well, I don't want to sit here and plan to die. Why don't one of you do some kind of scan or something and figure out how to get in here? Because right now I am. And she starts to cry again a bit, and I'm not
I
going
mean,
to
if
end
you
like this. And that's all she keeps. She's just balls of fists balled up. She starts hitting the door again with her hand a little bit more, and she's like, "Just let me in." And she kind of puts her head. I don't want to go out like this. Not
I mean,
like
if you're
this
not
for him.
resolved to die, then by all means take Phoenix.
I'm not leaving you all here. But what is going on? I want answers.
Well,
Can we do
I
some
mean,
kind of scan? And she looks at Drift.
Addie,
Oh,
there's nothing more we can do. You just have to be patient.
she kind of walks over to you and slams her hands into you, kind of shoving you a little bit. You've got swords. Why didn't you cut through it? Ooh.
The door heard what they're planning on doing. It was objecting.
An alarm went off after
Yeah.
hearing malicious intent.
Give me just a.
How's this for a Friday the 13th session, though?
Right? It's like I was kind of hoping we would get to Velocitron by the time we had to leave, but I don't know if we're gonna get there.
Oh, I don't have to move anymore.
Yeah.
There we go. Sorry, guys.
That's all right.
Ah! So, yes, the alarm goes off. You made the door mad. There we go. So,
It's all Overload's fault.
yeah, it's Overload's fault.
Ah,
But no, Addie kind of pushed into you, and she's like, "You got swords? Why don't you cut through them?" And she's just really mad at this point because she
Because we
wants to
have
know.
no idea what's on the other side of that door, and any energy output might trigger an explosion, and we will all die then.
Carbine kind of is still sniffing around the door. She gets to the base of it, and she goes,
I understand your trepidation, and I understand how you feel. But if you trust in us, then you'll trust in our decision to see this through.
as you do this, Drift kind of looks at the. He goes, "In about 5 seconds, we're about to find out." And he just goes, "Well, it was nice
Gilgamesh
knowing y'all."
stands ready at the door.
He, he's like, "Well, dudes,
I'll be
nice
at the
knowing you. If
vanguard.
this is a bomb," and Carbine's like, "Are we really gonna die?" He just kind of comes flying around, lands on your shoulder aggressively, and he goes, "So we're all gonna die. Great. At least it's not by those things." And you can feel him shudder on your shoulder, Overload. And you guys, the timer ticks down. 3, 2, 1. The lights all darken.
boom.
Lights all darken in the station. It is pitch black. All you got is your night visions. Drift's like, you can see one of his optics in the dark open up. Are we dead? And
Having
Addie's
to ask that question, you already know we're not.
Addie just kind of sitting there. You guys can see her in the dark, and she's just sitting there. Well, I don't have night vision, so I'm assuming we're all alive. And I don't think this is what the Great Spark is like. So she's standing there with her arms crossed, like, okay, so now what? And she's still standing near the door, and she hammers it with her fist again, and the door is still not open, is it? And Drift's like, no.
Gonna try radio to, or Kiara went back to the bridge, so I'm
Yes.
gonna try radioing her.
She
Can you hear me?
she goes, I can hear you over my regular comms, but the whole station is blacked out. What happened?
So we're working on figuring out. Is there any readouts from the bridge? Anything at all?
You can hear you can hear thumping on consoles. Varish and her, you can hear Varish. There's nothing operating. It is dead here. She responds back, yeah, everything is blacked out. We can't even open the doors right now.
Gilgamesh is gonna look to Overload. Are you sure this isn't a failsafe protocol just to disable the station, preventing anyone else from using it?
Drift's kind of
That's 50-50.
Drift's like, how do we know, dude? Like, come on. And Drift puts his hand to the door. He goes, this thing is thick. You think you can open it? He's not touching the door. He's just gesturing to it.
If anything, since the countdown is over, more than likely some form of depressurization, whatever is supposed to activate on the door, opening it through whatever is inside. Probably.
And Carbine's like, there's still smoke coming through.
So
Well-
maybe it's still depressurizing.
Well, timer's over. Let's see about getting this door open then. And he's just gonna walk to the door and he's gonna. Is it like one that comes from like the top down, or is it like side to side?
It's side to side right now.
All right, he's gonna grab one of the sides and he's gonna just with his fingers just kind of dig in and just start pulling one of the sides open.
Addie kind of steps to the side and she goes, "Are you strong enough to do that?" I think he would, and she gestures toward Overload. Sorry, no
Oh, yes.
offense.
Let the Dex build do the strength feat.
I have a +2 to strength. It's not like I'm
Addie's
completely
just
weak.
Addie's just like, she doesn't know anything. She's like, oh, I'm sorry, no offense. I don't know, okay? I do want answers, but I'm sorry I'm getting mad about it. I'm still upset and I'm trying to deal with this. Why don't you both try together? Maybe it'll move. We'll all try. And she kind of comes over. She's a little shorter than you, Gilgamesh, so she's lower, so she grabs lower. And she's like, well, and she's looking over to Overload
it's
the rest.
kind of up to Overload if he wants to move in for the assist.
I mean, like, as if that's an answer. Well,
Wouldn't it
as
be
if
better
that's
if you
that's a
assist him?
question.
Doesn't he have a better strength stat than you?
I
Oh.
do. I have max strength.
Yes, so grab the other side of the door and we pull together. That's why I grabbed one side. I do things with fucking purpose, damn you.
Yeah,
Oh my
it's funny this
god!
way.
How about this? I'm gonna if Overload's helping, you're all doing this together. Roll me each a strength check, and I'm going to add them together. And this includes Addie.
Strength check 16.
And I'll even throw in Aegis as well. Because he's standing there. Carbine's like, let me see. And you guys
From the grave.
From the
Nice.
Yeah.
you guys
From the
Not that I
grave.
you all try to pull. The door doesn't budge. You hear like a little like sounds like you're pulling a little metal, but it doesn't move. Addie stands up in frustration. Drift kind of steps back. They all step back a little bit. Addie's frustrated. She got her back to the door. She goes, "Why won't this stupid thing open?" And she slams her fist right into it really hard. And then she kind of relaxes her hand and it slides down. And suddenly there's a panel that illuminates just nearby on the door like it's holographic. And she tips her head up. What in the world?
That would do it.
She takes her hand off the door and it disappears. And she goes, "What? Where'd it go?"
Put your hand back on it.
Well, no, I don't want to put my hand on there. What's it going to do to me then?
Just do it.
She looks at you. Fine. She puts her hand, slams it, and the panel comes back up. And it's just like a kind of almost like box-shaped opening, but it's not an opening. It's just a holographic box. Nothing's showing up in it. And she takes her hand back off. She goes, "Well, that's weird. What's that? It doesn't even have a key panel." So she takes her other hand, puts it to the wall, but she's closer to it, and she's like, "Guys, I don't know what this is. This is something higher than most of what I deal with." And she takes her other hand and she kind of puts her finger in there, and she's like, "There's not even a keypad." She's like tapping with her fingers, and nothing's happened. And she lets her hand back off. "I don't know. One of you try it."
All right. I'm going to put my hand on.
Nothing happens.
Gilgamesh should put his hand on the wall.
Nothing happens.
Addie, don't you see what's happening here? He coded it to you.
Me?
Only you can open this door.
How? It doesn't have a panel to punch a code? I wouldn't even know what code.
Think back to your conversations that you had with Void Strike.
I mean, we had a lot of conversations. I mean,
So you know how he thinks. So, as you look at this, how do you think he would design a lock like this? What would be the key? Because it's not going to be something as simple as punching it in a code or putting in a physical key. He designed it specifically so only certain people could access it.
okay,
And considering it's lighting up for you, it's a pretty good sign that he meant it for you.
I wouldn't know what. And she kind of puts her hands on her head and she goes, I don't know.
Just try. You don't. There's no aim here. Just try.
We're sitting here in the dark. I don't know. I don't know.
Addie,
where
take
is
a
he?
moment.
He needs.
He puts his hands on her shoulder. Addie, take a moment. Clear your mind. Calm.
Trying
Focus. Just take a moment. Breathe. Relax.
I'm trying to. All I could think about is him, and she gets really upset and she shrugs your hands off. She walks down the hallway a bit, still holding her head. Carbine kind of turns and goes, "Let me see if I can help," and she kind of trods off after her a little bit. Addie's just down.
He just nods and he just puts his back to the door and just kind of leans against it, crossing his arms.
And Drift's like, hey, Overload, do you want to try and hit it?
I'm pretty sure he would have done something to counteract that measure.
Fucking do it anyway. Live a little.
Why do you think I'm not trying to cut down the door?
Well, I mean, nothing else has happened
That's
other
it.
than that.
If you do it, I'll give you a cookie in my roleplay.
Don't you bribe him in other campaigns?
Watch me.
Do it.
I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Is I get in like a rebound?
I don't know, maybe. You'd have to hit it to find out.
Fucking do it. No balls. Coward.
Don't let him goad you into this.
But at the same
Don't
time,
fall for the peer pressure.
Dude, you're
same
like
time, I
the
kinda-
biggest thing here. You could punch a hole in almost anything, right?
But at the same time, Oonga Boonga Brain. You want to
No.
punch something.
No.
Do it.
No.
I love the taunting.
Hey,
He
I
just-
bought you Lords of the Fallen. Punch the door.
He just is like, look, I don't want you to punch that door. Those scraplets are in there, right? Maybe. I don't really prefer to go in there. And he's really like, I don't want to.
Back blast.
Grift is sitting there, dude, and I thought you were strong.
No. I'm saying look out for the back blast.
And he's just like, Grift is trying, like, not really paying attention at this moment. He's like,
Gilgamesh
what?
walks away from the door. He's walking away from. He's walking down the hallway. He's just.
Matrix, you know what has to
No.
be done here.
Rebound!
First off, I need you to roll me a strength check.
Carbine and I are getting away from this.
You know what? You know
Uh huh.
what? Advantage. I don't fucking care. 19.
As you hit the door, you get launched backwards from the concussive wave that you slammed into it. You're laying on your back, staring at the ceiling.
Oh, even with the 19?
Matrix,
Uh-huh.
I sent you a DM, by the way.
Yeah, because I'm assuming the stronger you hit, the stronger it just knocks your ass backwards.
Drift is standing there for a
Still
moment,
funny.
and he gets launched back by this concussive wave. He's laying on his back. Dude, no turtle jokes.
I did say watch out for the backblast.
Shut up. He's just
Papa and
laying,
I are just looking down at these two, just like
and you
shaking
see,
our heads, just like should have known better.
you see, you
Well, what do you
see
want from
Drift.
me? I'm not the techie.
You see Drift
Well,
laying
neither
there.
am I, but at least I'm smart enough not to know to hit the energy compressed wall.
Drift
Well,
is
no one
laying
else is
there,
coming up
just
with
rocking.
anything. Also, can't you float?
And he's like, yeah, but sometimes it's embarrassing to turn into that and be on my back. And you see him rock, and he's like, and he goes, don't worry. And he kind of rocks backwards toward his head, and he rolls forward, and he ends up standing up. And he goes, okay, now, dude, that's funny. I think Void Striker knew you were going to do this. And he points to the door. You all look, and even Addie turns around, and she goes, so we meet again.
I already told you you're the only one who can open that door, and this is proof of what I'm talking about. And he just gestures to the two on the floor.
Well, now
The
one.
joke
Yeah.
just went over Dave's head there.
So we meet again. The door. Addie walks up to the door and she goes, okay. And she steps over, kind of over and on you, overload. She's like, sorry, gotta get by.
No worry.
Her bluish.
He's just arm, just like reaching up from the ground, just thumbs up. I'm okay.
She turns around. I'm gonna need some light more than I have. She's got her. Okay, I'm not gonna describe it like what I just almost did. She's got her lights on.
He'll
I had-
turn on the motorcycle light in his chest to give some extra light.
Yeah, I almost said something that did not sound really appropriate for Addie the way I described.
I could already
I had
sense
to-
where you're going with that. Just like, nah, I'm gonna use my Iron Man.
So I
My
turned
Iron
on.
Man light just boom.
I said she turned on her lights. I am not describing where they're approximately at.
Yeah,
Because her design in my head, I realized,
Matrix,
oh,
I'm trying to stop you from saying it, and you're still going ahead and saying
yeah.
it.
I'm
Hey, stop
just saying.
making my Void Striker's girlfriend flash a door, man.
Damn it! The way I have her designed in my head, I didn't really think about that. Okay, I just figured,
Insert cars ka-chow here.
yeah, in a sense, but it wasn't meant like that. I was just like, oh, I just realized when I about to say that. She kind of turns to you, Overload. She goes, "Here, I know I'm not that big, but I can still help you get up. I need your lights too." So she's helping you up. And she goes, can you turn on your lights too? I need a little bit of light over here. And she goes, I'm going to turn mine off because I need to concentrate for a moment. What would he have done? And she stands there for a moment and she takes her hand and she puts her one hand on the wall and it lights up again. And she goes, it's not a keypad. She moves her hand over and she puts her hand over the panel and she pushes in where it was at and it lights up around her hand and you see it suddenly scan her whole hand and you see another hand but bigger illuminate on the other side of it where she has her hand. And you hear, she goes, do you guys hear that? And you hear this line just as the door is opening. I have awoken, but it's loud and booming. And she pulls her hand back and the door starts to crack open and it's thick. and I'm talking thick door.
3 C's?
Yeah,
thicker than a
maybe a
boiler
4.
window?
It's probably 4 C's at
Dang.
this point. So, and you see this
So
door
it's
slide back. You see the original door. It's still closed, but the smoke has kind of dissipated a little bit. The door slides open. You hear it. You guys can't really see in there too much. It's like really smoky and dusty looking, but it's
I'm
smoke.
surprised. Oh, Dave, you have moved your icon. I thought it was still the ship.
And I forgot that door is locked on there, and I'm going to unlock it so you guys can.
Why don't you just delete it so we don't have overload problems later?
Oh yeah. Hey, the last time I tried to delete something, remember what happened? Overload, just go across the door. Don't stop at it. Go across it if you're gonna go in.
So he immediately stops it.
Oh, God damn it! Don't make me figure this shit out.
I've been here the entire time.
Yeah. So you guys step in. You see the mausoleum is full of smoke. And it looks kind of like a funnel almost, but it's undulating and moving around. And you see Addie standing in there with you guys. You're all there. And it's dimly lit. And she you hear like Drift, her, Aegis, Carbine. They're like, what is this?
How thick is this smoke?
You can kind of see through it. So I would need you all to make perception checks. God damn it, I gotta stop doing that to myself.
Actually, before I do that, I do want to at least try something.
Sure.
I want to use prestidigitation, and I'm just going to create a little puff of wind just with my hand and just kind of extending it out, just like trying to see if I can push the smoke like away from me.
You try to, but nothing really happens. It kind of like fills right back in real quick. As you're all standing there, Addie goes, what was that? And she kind of points. Even Aegis is like, wait, what was that? Yeah, I saw that too.
Are they talking about what I did, or talking about
No,
what they...
they see
Okay.
something, and they're kind of...
Well, I still got to roll perception.
Yeah,
'cause I
can
don't
you
know
guys still
what
roll
they're
perception? I'm going to see if you guys see it.
seeing. 16?
You guys kind of get a glimpse of something moving in the smoke a little bit. Drift, you can hear Drift, dudes, I don't like this. Did we like awaken something bad in here?
Gilgamesh just stands ready at the entryway to block anything that might try to get past him.
You guys are all standing there through the smoke. You see something. I'm getting to it. You see something in the smoke. You all see it. Something. It looks like the glow of Energon almost. It's like that purple glow, but it's kind of jaggedy. And it's probably about the height of Overload. It's sitting up at that range. It's about his height. So he's about, what this mark is about 30 feet up. So you're like, what, 33 feet, right? Overload, I think.
A bit taller than a leader class.
Okay, so
leader
you're
class
big
boss.
boy. Yeah, so you're big boy.
Yeah.
So this is sitting up about your height. You see this, all see this scar, like, line, crack thing. It's the only way I could think of it. You know how they're jaggedy and look funny. You see this thing, and then suddenly you don't see it. And you hear Carbine, where'd it go? And she's climbed back up to your shoulder, Gilgamesh, and she's like, does anybody see it now? Addie's standing there, and she kind of leans forward and looks. And
Gilgamesh is just gonna take a step back and draw his weapon in a defensive stance, ready for anything that might pop out. So he's gonna step back.
you guys see something moving again. And you see this jaggedy line moving again. You can kind of make out what looks like claws or sharp blades of some sort here and there when it moves about, and it disappears into the smoke again. You can hear some movement too. Occasionally, you start to see a spark here and there.
Are the footsteps that we're hearing, are they light or are they heavy?
They're kind of heavy because it's pretty big from what you guys can see. Drift has backed up and pulled out his fin blades.
But even for someone of like that height, like does it sound like it's an appropriate kind of heavy, or is it sound like it's a lighter kind of heavy?
He's kind of heavy-ish in this sense, this thing that's in there. You can see it move every once in a while. You hear this like scraping thud, like it's picking up a foot and moving it.
Yeah, he's just standing strong in a kendo defensive stance, ready for anything to pop out.
Aegis on your shoulder overload has kind of gotten into a posture of like, Overload, I don't like this.
It looks tedious.
Even Carbine, you can feel her tensed up and her everything. It's like for you, Gilgamesh, you could see her little tentacle arms kind of floating there off to the side, but they're arcing a bit, and she's prepping. And it's like Addie backs up a few steps, and Drift kind of grabs her arm a bit to pull her back, and she kind of like, no, what is this? Why would he hide this from us? And why would he allow me in? And she steps forward, takes a step forward, and she goes, "Who are you?" And it echoes through the mausoleum. And she looks back at you guys. What is this? It's kind of like, I'm so confused now. You guys get an outline of this thing that's standing in there. You see this mark move again. This time it's closer and closer. Addie starts to kind of hesitate and move a little bit back. Drift kind of comes up forward to like try and defend her, and he stands in front of her like with the blades out. Whatever you are, you better not do anything stupid, dude. Or do that. You know, respectful. Come on. Let's be friends here. And he's kind of like, as
the front.
As you guys are standing there and you are moving about a little bit, Addie's like, the smoke's clearing, I think. And you see it kind of start to dissipate. You're making out more of a shape. This thing is probably closer to Overload's height for sure. You don't know what you're looking at. Aegis kind of starts to resume his normal posture, and he's that looks awfully familiar to me. Carbine's like, familiar? Like bad familiar or good familiar? Addie's like, what do you mean familiar? Have you seen this before? And you can see, you guys realize he's cocking his head a little bit, like something like that. a long time ago, but and he kind of looks and he goes, "Wait." And he jumps off your shoulder, Overload, and lands to the floor and transforms in the process and rolls and lands. And he comes up and he goes, "Put." He's like to Drift, "Hey, guys, put your weapons down. This might be a friend." Uh, guy, hello. My name's Aegis. You knew me by a different name, maybe? Might have met before? As the smoke clears more and more, you start to see a bot standing there. Kind of beat up a little bit looking, little messed up, and you can see right across his face a scar. Across kind of the one side, this purpley energon scar. And you see Aegis kind of take a step forward a bit more, and he goes, um, I think I know you, don't I? Have you been to my home before? And he goes, and he gestures to the symbol on his head. He doesn't say it, he's just gesturing to it. The bot nods to him. Then I do know you, don't I? And the bot nods again. Um, Carbine, I don't know if you have met him before. When I was a guard, um, we had certain visitors to our planet, and he's kind of like, um, he was kind of there as a peacekeeper in a sense, or not peace, but my understanding, I wasn't involved in a lot of it, but he would trade and do certain information. Excuse me. Carbine's like, to our planet? You mean he's a big bot? He's not Minicon. So who is he? Drift is even like, what are you talking about, dude? I've never seen this guy before. Who is this? And he just kind of walks forward to the bot again. He turns back and walks toward him. And he goes, I know you by the name Fang, correct? Sorry. He nods to him. Um, guys, this is Fang. Um, you're not gonna like try and destroy us or anything, are you? Shakes his head no. Very, but this bot is very big, and he just kind of looks at you guys and goes, um, I think he's a friend, or at least an ally, I hope, of some sort. And as he's saying that, the rest of the smoke does start to dissipate completely down. You guys see clawed hands, claws on his feet. You see a remarkable amount of stuff around on him, but you do see some damage still on him. Give me a second here. No, don't do that. Which one's which? Oh, here it is. There we go. Now you guys have a token to look at. Addie kind of comes up. So Aegis, he's a friend. Then who? How? What? Why? I have so many questions. Can you just ask him? Can he talk? And she's looking at Aegis, and Aegis kind of turns. He kind of looks up. Um, you can talk, can't you, Fang?
We did just literally hear it say, "I am awakened," so.
And
Yeah,
you see
it
him
should
kind
be
of
able
shake
to
his head,
talk.
like not. And he said you can see him shake his head like yes, like yeah. He nods, and he just like well, you can talk if you'd like to. And Addie kind of turns. Why would he have me? She's looking at all of you. Why would he have me come find him? Who is? Why would he want me to do this? Why would I have access to this? No offense. And she kind of looks up with her hands. I lost him for you? Who? And she starts getting upset. And I've been trying to keep it together for so long. And I wanted answers. And now I've got more questions than answers.
Addie. Gilgamesh just puts his hand on her shoulder. You need to take time with this. Trying to answer these questions now is not going to serve you any good. You need to take your time, examine it, everything that you have here, and then examine it again. And then once you're done with that, you look at it again with a fresh perspective and no emotional attachment.
That's the problem, though. I've been trying to, and I'm trying, and now I've got you, and you're not still talking. I don't know who you are really, other than he knows you, and she gestures toward Aegis, and she kind of walks forward toward this bot, and she's angry at the same time. Why did he want me to find you? Why did he have to die because of you? And she's just kind of going off with questions left and right. The bot kneels down to her, and she's still not backing off because she wants answers. And she is very like almost optic to optic, but she's still kind of having to crane her neck a little bit. And she's like, "So why you? Who are you?" He calls you Fang. So what is it, Fang? Why did he have to die for? And you are here now. No, I'm being asked a question. Sorry, guys. Oh, dang it. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm trying not to cough. That's why I'm not saying anything. Oh, dang it. Oh, excuse me. The bot points to his chest, then to her. And she looks really confused. And Addie just kind of turns back to you guys. I don't understand. I what do you mean? You, me, what do you mean, you, me? Dang it,
Gilgamesh will just slowly approach. I think that means that he created this thing in order to protect you. For when something did happen to him, you would have this.
and she's looking at you, and she's this thing, and then she gestures and then looks back to you, but then she stopped. Wait,
He's just looking at her calmly, and he's put his sword away at this point, and he's trying to help her understand that this is most likely a gift.
and she puts her hand up like, just a moment, and she's looking at this bot, and it's gesturing to a part of itself, and she walks up closer. You can't talk because you have no, your voice box is damaged. And she realizes, wait, and she kind of looks over this bot, and she's looking at it. You're damaged still from something, right? The bot nods. Do I know you? The bot nods again. She's looking, how do I know you? And she's just staring at this bot. I'm so confused, Gilgamesh. All of you, I don't understand. How do you know me? How do I know you?
Gilgamesh just sits there quietly and lets the giant one speak for itself.
And she kind of looks back and she sees it's pointing to its neck again. Do you want me to fix your neck? Your voice? Do you want me to? Okay. She gets a nod from it. And she's like, okay, I can fix it. Might not be comfortable. I wish Void Striker was here. He could do this without any trouble. And she's like, she looks at it. And she kind of looks over and she goes, Carbine? And she points not to you, Gilgamesh. Could I get your help here? And Carbine's like, yeah, sure. And she hops off of your shoulder and onto Addie's. And she goes, okay, I'll see what I can do to help. And she kind of leans down. And you see Carbine still in her carrier form, but she twists around and she's holding onto Addie's arm. And Addie's like, yeah, see right here. And then you can hear them whispering a little bit, but they're not whispering. They're just talking quiet. And they're like, yeah, if you do that and we get the Drift, we need your help. And he's still got his fin blades out. He's like, dude, I'm assuming he's safe, okay? But he's hesitant on putting the blades, but he puts them away and he walks up carefully. And he gets over there and he goes, oh, wow, okay, hang on. And he pulls out a couple. Here, I got some tools we can use. And the three of them start to work, and you can see it spark, and you can see the bot visibly get kind of like pain and move and jerk. And as she pokes and prods, she gets a couple of spots to connect back up. And Carbine's like, hang on, right here. And she takes her little claw and she kind of holds a wire with it away. And she goes, yeah, connect that one. And then, okay, here. And you hear Drift, okay, I got this section. Okay, wait. Dude, you are really messed up. We need to work on you. What am I saying? I don't even know you. And he's just literally talking to this bot. And he's like, Aegis, you called him Fang, right? And Aegis is like, yes. He was one of our consorts in a sense that would show up and, like I said, do, in a sense, business with us. He was very trusted by the minicons, not talked about except for by the council. The three of them are still working on him, and Carbine goes, "Oh, I can't do anything else." So, and she kind of sits back and watches, holding on to Addie's arm, and it looks like a furry arm thing attached, and you see the tentacles kind of floating a little bit. She goes, yeah, just like that. And you hear Drift, okay, I'm reconnecting the primary. Oh wow, the secondary is almost completely gone. We're gonna have to replace this, and we're gonna get you some coverings. Looks like your armor plates are damaged here. Dude, what did you have happen? And he looks down and he goes, Drift kind of tips his head and looks at the rest of this body that's in front of him, and he goes, dude, what happened to you? You're pretty messed up still. You're functional, but we need to get you fixed up. I mean, if you're a friend. And he goes, he lets go and he goes, okay, I'm done here. Addie's standing there and she goes, okay, Carbine, you're going to have to go get out of the way. I got to finish this. Carbine kind of hops off her shoulders and back to you, Gilgamesh. And she's standing there. She goes, and you hear this little click. And she goes, okay, it should be working now, maybe. Try to say a word or two. And she's like, you're good. You can try and talk if you want. Try to see
I
if
kept my promise.
she stumbles back, kind of lands on her butt, and she's looking up. She slowly stands up. She goes, what? No. It... She slowly walks forward and she puts her hand up and touches your face. How? And she starts shaking and tears start running down her face.
This is the real me.
She's sitting there crying. She's not really saying anything. She puts her other hand to your face. She grabs around your neck and hugs you. How is all she says. She leans back and she kind of steps back for a moment. How? And then she slaps the crap out of you.
I'll still sit there kneeling, taking it all.
And she goes, how? And she starts pounding on you. Not on your face, but around your shoulders and that. You all see this happening and you hear this. Drift is like, is it wise to be beaten on him? Just like, and he's kind of stepping back slowly and he's like, dudes, is this normal? What is happening? She stops wailing on you and she just kind of thumps her head to yours. How? That's all she keeps asking.
I'll explain later.
You better. You owe me. And she kind of leans up and she just hugs the crap out of you.
I'm gonna grab her and stand up.
She's not letting go of you. You pretty much got an Addie scarf right now. So the rest of you, Carbine hasn't said a word. Aegis has not said a word. Drift is standing there and he goes, dudes, am I missing something? So this dude Fang, he knows her. What? Well, she moved on kind of quick, didn't she?
Fang is not my name.
Well, dude, I mean, I'm really confused. And then it suddenly dawns on him. Uh, uh, what? I don't, I've had too much. We got to deal with Scraplets and now this dude Fang who says he's not Fang. You know what? I don't get it. And Aegis and Carbine are like, and you're supposed to be the smart one? They're just literally just looking at him and saying that in unison. And you're like, hey, I'm still smarter than you. I can still build a ship.
Gonna look to Overlord and Gilgamesh. Is there anything you would like to say?
Perhaps you care to explain how is it you're alive when we both saw your spark leave your body?
My spark was never in that body.
Then would you care to explain the spark light we saw leave your body?
Gladly, as soon as I fixed this problem with my station.
Did I ever say it was a spark?
I'm gonna just walk past them and make my way to the bridge.
As you guys see him step out, you see the lights to the station come all online. Everything comes up full and powered. You hear across Kiara and Varish, hey, the power's coming back on. What'd you guys do? Not realizing for the moment, Varish kind of like tink, tink, tink on Kiara's arm, looks over and sees an Addy scarf around this big bot. Kiara, I think we got a bit of a small problem or big problem. And he's looking up and over because he heard you walk in. And she's like, it's just overload. Come, oh boy. She kind of slurp. You see Varish slowly pulling, like going to grab like a blaster. It's like, look it, we don't want any problems. Put Addy down. And he
I'm just
slowly,
gonna go over the a console and initiate the alpha protocol, which should turn everything to normal.
and he's sitting there. He's like, wait, what did you do? That what? How did? Varys is very confused. Kiara's like, what?
Welcome back, Overlord.
Varish, Kiara, Void Striker 3, 4, 5.0. I don't know how many this is for you.
This is my original body.
Kiara's
I'm
just
beginning to understand how is it people seem to think you die all the time.
he just kind of go, well, yeah. I mean, I've seen him as Fang at our council, not Void Striker. So this whole time you've been Void Striker coming to our planet.
Yes.
You guys, the little one kind of is still in Kiara's lap, and she's looking at you, and she beeps a few times, and pretty much what she's saying, she's talking with Carbine and mostly Aegis at this point, the minicons, and they're beeping between each other, and you hear this full-on conversation about Aegis is explaining in minicon, so none of you can understand a word any of them are saying right now because they're strictly using minicon. And she's sitting there asking questions, but the little one still looks kind of out of it, like she doesn't understand that is Void Striker. So she's sitting there, not realizing, and you hear this conversation of she's feeling guilty because she used this armor that Aegis still has, or was it Carbine? I can't remember who I gave it to. I think Aegis has it. And she feels guilty, and she's kind of not trying to argue, but she's trying to she's feeling horrible. She's feeling like when she saw Gilgamesh walk up and like this disappointment on her fell over her, and she looked over at what was left of Void Striker back in Unicron. She's explaining this to them, and all she's doing is all you guys are hearing is this beeping and back and forth. And Kiara's like, whoa, settle down. What's going on? And it's like she doesn't understand what's happening. She just knows the little one's getting upset. And Aegis is trying to explain to her all this stuff going on. So the minicons are having this discussion of, hey, it's not your fault. You didn't.
I'm gonna walk over, put my hand on her, and in perfect minicon, I'm gonna say, "You do not need to feel any guilt."
And the little one kind of stands up in Kiara's hand. And Kiara's optics are wide, and she's just looking at you, Void Striker. And the little one starts gesturing toward the minicons. The minicons aren't saying anything. She's still talking to them. And then she stopped with her finger up. And then she slowly looks up at you, Void Striker. And she's just staring at you for a moment with the finger, because she's pointing toward the other minicons, like gesturing. Look, it's my fault he died. I should never have gone that way. But instead, she stopped mid-sentence, and she's looking at you now with this finger up, and you're huge still to her. And she turns and she puts her finger on yours for a moment, and she goes, "You understand me."
Indeed.
How?
How else would I have talked to minicons in my past?
Oh. Wait, so you're not dead? But
No, little one.
But I caused your death. I shouldn't. I just wanted to prove myself.
Think of my old body as a drone. This is the real me.
Oh, this is you. This is you. So, and she kind of puts her hand on your big old hand, because you're huge. You and Overload are like massive. You look like titans to her. And she puts her little hand on yours, and she goes, so she kind of puts her hand on her chest. Spark?
Yes, my spark is here. As I put, well, my other arm is busy, so I can't exactly point to my
Yeah.
chest where the spark is.
she kind of looks. So now somebody other than my brothers and sisters can hear me. You can understand me. And she goes into like a thinking. So you're not dead, but I caused your drone's death. I'm.
That was not your fault. That was a series of unfortunate events.
But if I had not gone off, and she starts pacing in Kiara's hand,
Even if you had not gone off, we still would have met the same situation.
But you guys were trying to protect me too, and I shouldn't have done that. I wanted to prove myself, and I really.
You have nothing to prove, little one.
But.
You have the bravery of 1,000 stars in your little body.
I do?
Yes.
Okay. I guess so. I mean, I beat that thing up. You didn't see that, did you? You were gone already. But I beat it up. I pummeled it to the ground.
I'll fully explain the situation in a bit, little one. Going back to Subterranean, I'm assuming you all want an explanation, yes?
Certainly have a lot of questions.
Well then, let's head to the lounge and I'll explain it to everyone there, shall I?
Bears is like,
lounge.
So you guys can leave your icons where they're at if you want. It's okay. We know you're going to
OCD,
the
I have to move the
It's fine.
icon.
If you want to, I will not stop you. How's that? It's your choice. But Varish is gonna. He kind of says to everyone, "I will stay here and maintain ship's station status." Before
By the
you go,
way, do
Void.
not worry about the scraplings. That is the station self-repair system.
You see, A just kind of relax a little bit, and he. So Fang, I mean Void Striker, they're friendly.
Yes. They're a mutation of scraplets that were being consumed by the others. I saved them.
Oh, how many do you have? Just out of curiosity.
Last count, about 12,000.
As long as I don't see one near me, I'll be fine.
They primarily work in the engineering docks.
Oh, I'm not going in there anymore. he just stays on Overload's shoulder, like, let's just go. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Varish stays up at the console, and he kind of turns to you, Void Striker. He goes, "Before you go, do we have to worry about anything with the station now?" I noticed.
No.
Okay.
The power drain that you were noticing before. Keep your comm open, you'll hear the explanation.
I plan on it. And he just kind of like, mm-hmm. And he's like, Kiara, you can go with them. I'll maintain things here. So Kiara kind of follows. She has the little one in her hands. The little one seems a little perkier now. She's just kind of sitting there. She's not doing anything. She kind of looked like Addie sitting there with her knees pulled up to her chest. And she's kind of got her arms wrapped around. And she's kind of rocking a little bit like, okay, what's...
When I get to the lounge, I'm just going to sit on the floor in front of the screens.
Kiara makes her way to the lounge. She sits down. She kind of puts her hand out to one of the tables nearby. And the little one kind of walks out. And she kind of pulls out what looked like there was some kind of box-like thing at the table, on the table. And she pulls out a little chair and she sits in it. And she's sitting there with you. All the other mini cons are there. And you guys are sitting there. Carbine, all the mini cons are transformed into bot form. They all kind of grab a seat, and they're like, Drift kind of comes out of the kitchen area real quick, and he's got like Energon, what looks like Energon popcorn. It's on Energon corn in a sense. So he's sitting there popping a few, and he sets the bowl down, and you see the little one grab a piece, and it's huge, and she's staring at you, Void Striker, as she takes a small bite, and you see her pulse a little bit with energy, and she's just sitting there like, come on, let's hear this.
So, before I start, does anybody have any specific questions?
How long have you been living by proxy?
Since before the Civil War.
So you mean to tell me you've been sleeping in a coffin for, what, millions of years? Just living in a proxy body?
It was a necessary arrangement.
An arrangement you just didn't want to tell either of us?
I wasn't sure when I'd be able to walk out in my original body.
You see Aegis's hand kind of come up like wants to ask a question.
Yes. Aegis?
What happened to your body? He's kind of gesturing all of you, like circle, like...
I'm gonna touch the purple scar on my face. An ill-advised experiment crippled me.
Carbine kind of pipes in. Experiment?
A dark energon experiment.
What? There's only so many, and you see suddenly Carbine goes into like thinking, only so many experiments with dark energon, and she stops and kind of goes into that.
I tried to recreate the mythical cosmic energon.
That is highly unstable. How are you even running? Your spark should almost be like gone. And she's like, that's not.
I'm just gonna open up my chest at this point and just show how fucked up my internals are, including my destroyed T-Code.
You see her kind of hop up, and she's standing on the table, and the little one is even kind of like enthralled. She takes another bite of the energon corn, and she's sitting there going, and her optics are wide. And she goes, the little one kind of go, "You're badly hurt. We need to help you." And
Technically, I could have been classified as dead. This station became my life support system.
Kiara kind of goes, that explains the power fluctuations we kept getting. No wonder we couldn't get the space bridge to full maximum power all the time. It would run, but when we tried to bring you guys back, we almost thought we were going to blow it up.
The Omega Protocol only activates when it's possible for me to walk around in my body again.
Well, could you put that up there next time? His Aegis is just kind of like, you kind of freaked us out a little bit here. Drift's like, that was not funny. I did not
I
like
didn't
it.
know when it would ever be able to activate.
And
So were you aware of everything that your body was going on here, or were you just simply aware of everything happening in your proxy?
When the proxy bodies are destroyed, a black box is warped back to me, and all memories are uploaded.
the flash of light
So
you
then
guys saw.
you remember everything, what you walked into and what killed you.
I remember everything, including the sensations and how it felt.
Maddie kind of lets go. Wait, so you felt all of it?
Yes.
Then my question to you is, where do you need us to fill in the blanks?
Specifically after I got the scraplets to attack the entity.
The little one decided to avenge you and went after the scraplet creature with any gestures to was it Carbine who had the shield on her back?
I couldn't remember who I gave it to, and I didn't write it down.
I thought she gave it to Carbine.
Okay, maybe she
Carbine
did.
was going to hold on to it for the moment.
Oh, that's right. Okay, you're right. Carbine has it.
Yeah. So yeah, I gestured the Carbine holding the shield.
She pulls it off her
back.
back.
Attack the scraplet with that shield.
And Carbine holds it up, and she kind of, and the little one stands there like really proud, like she's doing a superhero stance. Like, yes, I did that.
Well done, little one.
Yes, I beat it up, or pummeled it to the ground.
Something I should also point out, my proxy bodies unfortunately cannot contain my full knowledge. So they were limited on what memories I could put in them. It's why my proxy body could not speak Minicon.
So now you understand me. The little one points, and all the rest of you are just like, the only other ones are Minicon who understand that, and Carbine's like, yes, he can understand you. He's just freaking normal.
Speaking, by the way, Gilgamesh and Overload, with your connection to the Minicons, you should be able to easily learn the Minicon language as well.
Carbine kind of turns around. Oh, yeah. Maybe I should have told you that. He goes, never came across my mind. But the little one's like, so I do good, Void Striker? And she's got her arms.
Well, little one.
But I still feel bad. I still caused you to lose your body, though, your other body. That, so,
The
if you,
real problem lies in the revelations that were given by Unicron.
Continue.
We came to find out that Shockwave has been in touch with another universe version of himself. They're working in tandem together, and
Can I do a history check?
yes, sure. What does your history want to know specifically?
With that history check, would it be enough to know of the shattered glass event? If that happened at all.
You know of many events. Shattered Glass one is an event that did happen, and it happened before Unicron was defeated. So those events, some of the events for Shattered Glass did happen. So you'll see moments in your memory that you have seen these things happen. You do know of certain dimensional things that have happened. So you do know a certain amount of that information on portal dimensional rifts in a sense.
Yeah,
There we
the
go.
reason I was asking about
Like,
Shattered Glass because Shattered Glass is a good jumping off point for like multi-dimensional shit.
it is, isn't it? It's a fun one. All right,
Mhm.
we got to stay on this one.
So, from what I understand, there could potentially be anywhere from 2 to hundreds of shockwaves. Because if there are 2 shockwaves, they would be intelligent enough to attempt to recruit many other shockwaves to their side, perhaps his arrival could have caused the shattered glass event.
In between what we've seen on the derelict ships and everything that we've come into, it's a pretty safe bet that we are dealing with more than one. Yeah, could be as many as hundreds for all we know, but
Are we
What's
sure
even-
that our shockwave is with them?
what's even worse is that I've come to discover that Shockwave has been attempting to recreate me. Or rather, he's been trying to recreate the experiment that allowed me to become what I am now.
If that's the case, it might pay to add some hidden upgrades to you if you allow me later.
I think that'd be fine. But considering what I've seen and what I've learned, I already do have one advantage against their so-called recreations. They're attempting to copy me by copying what they see. But what they lack is the philosophy behind my technique. I already see the flaws in their design, and I'm going to surpass them. Unfortunately, however, there is one other obstacle I didn't foresee.
And that is?
Someone from my past. Someone from another universe that was someone I used to care about a long, long time ago.
I gotta go for a quick shower. I just spilled some strawberry milk on myself, so I'll be right back. No, I'm gonna take a quick 5-minute shower to clean it up, so I'll be back.
Yep. They've gone to great lengths to dive into my past. finding any avenue they possibly can to both copy what I am and surpass what I am. I'm going to show them all that that's a mistake. I don't care how many shockwaves there are or how many we have to deal with. We do have one advantage, though, that Unicron did leave us. That he says may help turn the tide in this fight. The Requiem Blaster. It's incomplete, but if we can find the missing parts, we may be able to recreate it and therefore, I don't know, somehow turn the tide of this fight. Frankly, I'm not entirely convinced that one weapon is going to change everything. But we need to rebuild it.
You see Kiara lean forward. Even Drift is like, just kind of like puzzled. She goes, "You said the Requiem Blaster? That's
The very
not,
same.
but that was destroyed. Nobody knows what happened to it."
We've got the majority of the parts, but we are still missing key components.
So you're gonna try and rebuild the most powerful weapon in the universe.
Considering what we're up against, do you have a better idea?
Well, dude, no, I don't think any of us do. At this point, it's probably
It's a gambit. Trusting in Unicron, trusting in the Requiem Blaster to somehow solve a multiversal problem.
well,
So for that,
hmm.
I need to do a little training of my own. I need to do a little digging deep.
You see Carbine's little ears on her robot mode. They're still there, and the little tufts kind of perk up when you say the word training. Just like, whoop, training? Kiara kind of sits back a bit. She crosses her arms and one of her legs over, and she's kind of sitting there. You can see her, she's thinking. Then you need to train. You need to have focus. And we need to find the rest of these parts then. Do you have any idea where the rest might be?
Above game. So when we were talking last time, when we were talking about Velocitron, I know you were mentioning the hammer, but I was still wanting to find the rest of those parts. So is Velocitron where we would want to look?
Roll me a d20.
Because I
Just
know
roll
we were like trying
above.
to talk about, because I like Gilgamesh's goal at the end of last session was he wanted to rebuild the Requiem Blaster, and that's where he was going to go. And if that was Velocitron, that's where he was going.
Okay, forget the d20. You don't have to go to Velocitron.
Okay.
The last locations that were known of the part that you need, one was on Velocitron. It's not there anymore. Then it was located on
Okay.
some kind of jungle planet, and then for some reason it's not there. Right now, the last location was this jungle planet with these very dangerous creatures. and stories of nightmarish creatures that would tear you apart, and possibility of scraplets even being on this planet. If a ship landed there, it'd probably get eaten up by scraplets or crash there even.
Alright, I'm back. I said a big quick. You guys are having you
So-
up next to the shower.
That's fine. So yeah, then his goal would be to go after that part. If he's got to do it by himself, just to prevent anyone else from getting in trouble over it, that's what he would do.
What I missed, by the way.
And Drift, if at this point you can ask to see if you can scan, because the Requiem Blaster is a very unique gun, so it's going to emanate certain energies.
Well, so he'll open up the portal box then, so he can go into it and observe all the parts and take inventory of what's missing.
So
Because I know Carbine went in and like laid it out like all neatly inside the
Yeah.
box.
So
So
you set up the door. Everybody's watching you do this, and there you go. And Kiara kind of stands up, walks over to the doorway. Oh, I see a hidden room. Having fun in here, are we? And she's kind of doing it jokingly with you. but
does she peek in and see all the weapons that are sitting inside?
Yes, she does. She stops, kind of draws up. Oh, my Primus, where? Okay, you have some fun toys in here. We have to play with these sometime, right? And she kind of winks at you, just teasing you. But she kind of steps in for a moment. She goes, "So where's the Requiem Blaster?" And Carbine kind of trods in real quick. She switched back to her chemical form real fast, and she gestures over here on this shelf. And there's this whole shelf, and it rotates up to the top, so you guys can see all the parts. And she kind of steps on this platform that raises her up. And the rest are all kind of standing outside the door, like, we don't want to step in here. And Kiara kind of comes up. She goes, "This is what's left of it? This thing's a mess." Carbine kind of laid it out like, she goes, "I think this piece is here. This one is over here. We're missing this, whatever this is." And she gestures with her tentacle arms. Drift kind of floats in his turtle form so he can be up above, and he looks down and he goes, and you see him kind of rotate and flip over upside down. He goes, "That's odd. That's a odd looking shape." Requiem Blaster used an odd energy anyway. At least our version, I guess, if we're talking about parallel universes, but this thing's in pretty bad shape, but we can fix it back up. And if we can find the piece or pieces, Carbine kind of gestures. I think it was piece, because these two come together, and she's gesturing, and they're talking mechanical and scientific, how everything goes. And Kiara's like, "Can you just fix it?" Fix it? And they're like, they both look up in unison. Yeah. It'll take a little time, but we can fix it.
Am I hearing this about them attempting to fix the Requiem Blaster?
Yeah. Because you're still sitting right there. He opened the door right
I'm
near
just
her.
gonna look at Kiara through the hole and just like, you do realize who built the Requiem Blaster, yes?
She kind of leans back. I don't know. I'm kind of a young bot. I really don't know.
Solus Prime built the Requiem Blaster for Megatronus.
And she leans forward, and she looks back at you. So this is, who's gonna shoot this? And she kind of looks at you, Gilgamesh, back to Voidster, and then even maybe him. She points toward Overload. Maybe.
I mean, we never really got to that part of the plan yet. Because we weren't even
okay.
entirely sure we can fix this thing.
Yeah. It's not gonna blow up if you fix it right. Drift and Carbine kind of look at each other and then look back, and in unison, maybe.
The safest location to fix it would be the Forge of Solus Prime, which was lost on Cybertron.
So we might have to take a trip to Cybertron? And Kiara's just kind of like puzzled, like, "Oh, Well, we can get
Wait
the
a
guild's
minute.
help.
The Forge of Solus.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the Forge said to be at the core of Cybertron?
Close to it.
Maybe that's it? Maybe that's...
Kiara's like, well, we have.
Ava went down into the core, and she came out with something.
There are many relics of the 13 original primes down there.
Carbine's sitting there. She transforms into her bot form, and she goes, well, yeah, I mean, we have these funny glasses, and she pulls them out, and she goes, ours, I don't know where these came from. And she's just twirling them around. And oh god, I'm trying to remember the prime who has that.
But a
now.
Forge of that level and power could easily reforge something broken.
It would have the necessary equipment and safety measures to forge weapons of equal power to the Requiem Blaster if it's intact. If it's slightly damaged, the best it could do is repair the artifacts.
Well, we at least have a lead on where the part might be. Jungle World. But unless we actually know any
Take a
real
scan of the
coordinates.
parts of the Requiem Blaster and feed it into the Black Station. Now that there's no power drain, it should be able to pick up the pieces for you.
I'll just feed him the scan that I initially did when we first picked up the Requiem Blaster, because it's going to be the same data.
I'll feed that into the Black Station.
I am just looking something up because I can't remember what it was called now. It's like, crap!
Are you looking at one of the names of the 13 originals?
That, but it's something else too, and I can't remember. Oh, okay, never mind. I was way off. Never. All right. Well, Carbine's sitting there.
Galaxy's redeem stuff, stretch and hydrate.
Yeah, I need to. I've been coughing. I had to mute for a bit again. Oh, yeah. Oh. So, as you're sitting there, your Carbine's like spinning the glasses around. Void Striker, in this form, your memory for this is there. You recognize these lenses. They're from Alchemist Prime.
May I see those glasses?
And she's like, these? Sure. She just starts flipping them up and down. She kind of hops down, walks over to you, and she goes, yeah, here. We use them for the minicon map thingy, whatever that is.
No wonder
Her favorite goggles.
No wonder it led you to Unicron. Alchemist Prime. They're his glasses.
Oh, I didn't know them. I just thought they were funny. No wonder we can see weird stuff. And she kind of goes, yeah, if you put them on, you see different things. I didn't know they were his, though.
Fun fact, you don't actually need to put them on.
Really?
I'm going to hold them in my palm and then just feed the light directly through the glass lens.
You feed them through and the hues change across, and it kind of, you start to see the Requiem Blaster. It hits, some of the light hits it as you're flipping through the lenses as they change, and the Requiem Blaster, you can see it kind of emanating different energy to the rest. And the station is doing its thing. Phoenix is connected up, and he's like, I'm just sitting here quietly, but this is fascinating work.
After a while, I'm gonna stop and hand the glasses back. Like most relics with the primes, there are multiple ways to use them, and not all of them are in the open, shall we say?
Fascinating. And Carbine kind of like, okay, well, I'll take care of these since they were. I thought they weren't, and I'm sitting here playing like they're a toy. And she puts them back in a compartment, and she pats where she puts it, and she goes, okay, they're safe now. Phoenix comes across the kind of like talking to all of you at the same time through the station. I'm not picking it up anywhere except for one place. It's one part, or I'm not sure.
Where is it?
It is hard to tell. I think it's picking up the parts here. This is unusual.
The only
parts
high
here,
energy
he gestures into like the room. They standing in here or out there, and he's gesturing outside into the station.
Phoenix kind of unknown. It's hard to tell. There's a lot of energies. Kiara kind of turns to you, Gilgamesh. What happens if we close this room, step out and close it? Would it?
We do wanna step out when we close it. We don't want to be.
Yeah,
in there
no, she's saying she doesn't. Yeah, she doesn't want to be in there
Yeah,
either.
he's hurting her out. He's just like,
Yeah.
nope. We're stepping out. We're
Yeah.
we're closing this box. We're not gonna be in here when we do.
And she stops for a moment after you step out, and you're sitting there doing your thing to it. She's not looking for like a code or anything. She leans over to you. By the way, what happens if we were to get stuck in there? She's kind of like, is it bad?
You don't want to find out.
Enough said. Don't get locked in funny room. Okay. And she kind of walks over,
Yep.
sits on the couch. Phoenix goes, okay, well, wait. We're still getting a signal here, but it's much better now. It's saying it's on the station. Like in here. And
Is it in the vault storage?
He pulls up, and it's in the one room where the cryo storage and the other storage is on Voidstalker's station here. Drift.
The
know
only
what
thing
it
in there
is.
that's not part of. There are only two things in there that are not part of my original catalog: the Spark Eater and your hammer, and I doubt it's the Spark Eater.
And Drift
Got
looks
it.
at the map, and he's like, yeah, he's got a blip here. And he pulls it up on the big screen behind you, Voidstriker, and he's looking. Yeah, see, it's right where the hammer is.
Gilgamesh starts walking to the vault. He's gonna.
Drift's already ahead of you. He's running, and he goes, "That's not
I'm
possible, is it?"
standing up and proceeding to the lab. Grab
Even-
the hammer and bring it to the armory lab.
And Carbine kind of gets in up there with Drift, and she's running a little faster. But she goes, "Do you think it's the part? You really?" And he goes, "I don't know, but the shape and consistency." He kind of pans it as he's running. He's showing her, and she looks. That it can't be coincidence. They get into the room. They see that the doors are locked to that section. It was part of your Omega protocol. It locked the doors to that section. And it changed
I'll
the
unlock
code.
the doors.
Yeah. So you unlock the doors, and Drift kind of steps in, and Carbine, and they're both looking, and they see the hammer. And he goes, "This is the picture of the parts." And he kind of pans it around, and he does this holographic layover without touching the hammer. He's doing it at a distance. He goes, "Yeah, you really don't want to touch that thing." And he goes, "It's a perfect fit." Well, if you take the handle off, that explains why the handle is not affected the same way. It's a conduit, but it's not this is part of the Requiem Blaster. How is this part of the Requiem Blaster? I mean, and
Because
Carbine,
it's not our Requiem Blaster.
and he turns. Huh?
Just like this hammer is from another universe.
And he kind of just drops the tablet to his side. Wait, if this is from another universe, that means... He goes, I need to think.
Exactly.
And so he goes, and his tone changes, his demeanor changes, and even Carbine's like, wait, does that mean... And those two minicons are standing there. They're both in their bot form now, and they're both just standing there. And you suddenly hear them high-speed beeping. Void Striker, you can kind of understand it, but it's going very fast. You understand they're talking about parallel dimension, worlds, portal,
Well,
rips.
if you think about multiversal theory and how we understand it as it stands now, this isn't the strangest possibility. At least not the strangest thing we've seen so far.
They haven't stopped. They're just beeping away, but they're not moving. They're just
By
standing
the way,
there.
in the armory, I'm going to be slowly taking off my damaged armor.
You see Aegis like, do you need some help? I'd be glad to help you.
That would be appreciated.
And he kind of hops over to a table nearby you, and he starts helping remove broken, shattered pieces, some that are torn apart in some spots. He goes, man, you really took a hit. And he's kind of holding it and looking at it. Not good. And he sets it down carefully, and he goes for the next piece. He starts helping you remove. Addie's there, and she goes, oh, no, you don't. And she starts taking pieces, and she goes, and she kind of grabs your head and turns it toward her. You do this again, you won't have to worry about your spark. I'll kill you myself. But really menacing.
Can you go get the T-Cog I made?
Absolutely. I held on to it still, thanks to Aegis. And Aegis kind of pauses for a moment and looks over. And Addie kind of walks off, and he goes, I'm really sorry. I should have tried harder.
There's
Is-
nothing you could do.
Yeah, but and he grabs another piece that's a little like stuck on. He goes, we're gonna have to kind of cut this one off, but I still shouldn't have been afraid so much because of what was happening. He starts cutting carefully and removes another piece of broken armor.
Aegis, if you do not feel fear, there is something wrong with you. The absence of fear itself is wrong. Feeling fear and doing something with it is what makes the person a warrior.
Yeah. Well, at least you're here now, and hopefully she's not mad at me anymore, or at least she never was. And he's referring to Addie, because I
It's,
think she was.
Old thing from a planet very far away. She's too much of a cinnamon bun to be angry.
As you're sitting, having this heart-to-heart conversation, and he's kind of just, yeah, I'm just glad you're back. It's hard to lose a friend.
Technically, you never lost me.
Oh, shut up. You know what I meant. And besides that, little one seems to be in better spirits. And she's sitting there walking across the table, and she's kind of like doing some dance moves or something. She's kind of dancing there a little bit, like she's happy to see you up and moving about. And she kind of pulls out her little instrument that she got from Prometheus, and she starts playing a tune, and you all kind of feel a little charged up a bit. But Void Striker, you feel a little different. You feel warmth through all your servos, like you suddenly can move a little better because your damage is there. And Aegis is like, what are you doing? And she's kind of, you hear, she goes, helping to fix him. And he just shakes his head, and Agent's like, well, that's one way of doing it. And she keeps jamming out, making this.
I'm going to carefully take the armor off around my head and face off myself because I don't want to risk Aegis touching the dark energy on in my face.
Aegis goes to reach for it, and
I will 100% rapidly and sharply grab his hand.
And he's like, "Whoa, oh, did I hurt you or something? I'm sorry, I wasn't just trying to help."
I'm going to point to the purple scar. This is active dark energy. I would not touch it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll work on another section of you while you're doing that. Then, just be careful. And even the little one kind of slows down a little bit, but she just keeps jamming out, and she's like, "Okay." Addie comes back in. She has the tea cog, and she carefully sets it down. He just took care of it. He did a good job with it.
Eddie, I'm going to need your small hands for this. I'm going to open my chest up properly to where my T-cog is. You're going to have to remove the damaged one and put the new one in.
And she looks over at you, grinning big, and she goes, "Oh, I get to play with you now, don't I?" She kind of puts her fingertips together. Yes. She's like, "Oh, I'd love to get my hands on the inside of you right now." And you see her fingers wiggling toward you as she does it. She steps forward. She goes, "This thing," and she literally got her head and her hands in your chest. And she goes, "Okay, it should be okay here. Okay, we're going to have to do a little cutting." And she grabs a little torch-like thing. She goes, "We're going to have to do it this. Okay, then take this. You might feel it pinch or just hurt." And she snips. You kind of feel a little pain. And she goes, "Sorry, it was stuck in really bad." And she pulls out this. You couldn't. It looks possibly like a tea cog, but it more looks like a melted bowling ball at this point.
You can put it over there, Eddie. I'm going to need to analyze.
I don't know what you're going to analyze. Charcoal? She kind of sets it down anyway.
That is my original T-cog.
Ooh, so I got to play with you. And she picks up
Before the accident, I was an Omniformer, Addy.
Wait, that's an Omni T-cog? And she lets her hands go and she kind of touches the other one. This was? And she kind of looks back and forth to you and it. And she goes,
Yes.
"I'd like to analyze that with that. I'd love to analyze you anytime." And she kind of grins again as she picks up the other one. She goes, "Well, you're only going to have a few changes now." And so she picks it up and she comes over to you and she goes, "Okay, I'm going to insert this. I'm going to have to make new connections. It might be a little uncomfortable, but I know you can handle it." And she pats your face lightly. And she slowly puts it in. And she goes, "Okay, we need to hook this. And you kind of feel this sudden change in your body. You can feel yourself moving a lot better. You can move around because of what the little one's doing to you. Aegis goes, "Okay, I've got the last of the busted armor on. You got the new armor that you want to put on?"
Unfortunately, I still need to create that.
All right. Well, we can take this armor and refurbish it if you want, or scrap it and use it for your new armor.
I was going to scrap it and make new armor from it. Same design, though.
Well, we can get Steel on it. He can help.
Do you mind going to, while I'm at this, asking Gilgamesh and Overlord if they want armor upgrades as well?
Absolutely. Ooh, armor upgrades. And Addie's like, "Yeah, well, first we got to take care of you." And she gets back to work. He just kind of goes back into the other room there a little bit, and he looks over and he sees you two, Gilgamesh and Overlord. Overlord, man. I can't talk. Dude, I can't talk. I think I'm getting tired now. Oh. But he comes over and he kind of, "Hey, White Striker said he can make you guys some new armor. Do you want it?"
Maybe it would be helpful.
And he's like, okay.
Armor's not necessarily something I'm needing, but if he can design me a particular piece of equipment, that might be beneficial.
It's Void Striker, and he kind of gestures. This guy can build almost anything. He probably make the armor and the piece of equipment. And maybe something that toast Energon toast. Who knows? It's like, but he's back, and I'll let him know. And he goes, I'll let you two be for the moment. And he wanders back in to let Void Striker know, hey, yeah, you're interested. And he lets know that Gilgamesh also would probably want a piece of equipment, but you guys can discuss that after Addie gets your TCOG in place and get a few things going. So Addie is getting your TCOG placed in now, and she goes, I'm almost done, and it should be good. And the little one's still kind of jamming out, so you've been getting constantly healed for good 30 minutes of the time. And she's just sitting there happy, and she goes, I'm really glad you're back. And this is from the little one. And Aegis doesn't really respond. He's not hearing this conversation. It's like she's communicating directly to you, Void Striker, right now. And she goes, I'm really glad you're back. I felt
I'm
really
just gonna
bad.
give her a slight nod in her direction.
I felt really bad what happened, but I wanted, I guess, to prove myself. And then, I mean, it felt good to use the armor. And, I mean, it worked. I didn't know it was armor until it activated. And I don't know what I did. I just felt scared and panicked. And I felt angry all at the same time. And boom.
I suggest you train with Overlord to potentially learn how to use the armor while it's active. Gilgamesh could probably help you find a way to activate it without extreme emotion.
Yeah, I don't know. He kind of looked at me disappointingly, and I don't know if he want to help me with that. And she's kind of stopped playing at this point and kind of set her instrument down.
It,
And she,
little one,
She
it doesn't matter.
misinterpreted my emotions, but that's okay.
that's the way she's
Little one,
seeing
it doesn't matter what others think. It is how you feel. Do you feel worthy enough to use the armor to protect and to help? If so, learn everything you can to wield it to the best of your ability.
I guess. Okay. I mean,
Remember, it's not the items, it's the person that makes the items powerful.
okay. I have a lot to learn then, don't I? Don't wander off. And she kind of just do like counting on her fingers. Don't wander off. Don't do stupid stuff unless it's, you need to. Try to help your friends. But I'll learn as much as I can. And she kind of gets up and she goes and picks up her little instrument and she puts it away and she goes, I'm kind of tired though. I think I need to go charge up for a bit. And I'm kind of, I need to rest. I haven't actually charged up since your other you know what
Go,
I mean.
charge, little one.
And she kind of like, okay. And she kind of hops down and she slides down the leg of the table and hits the floor and she kind of walks off quietly. Doors open, closed, she's out. And she goes to one of the rooms and she just kind of sleeps off in a sense. Aegis is sitting there with you for a moment and he goes, yeah, for this armor, we can have steel probably scrap it up and redo it into materials we can use though. But is there anything else you need from me?
I just have a question for you, Aegis.
Yeah, absolutely, Void Striker. What do you
Do you
need?
know how many made it off your homeworld?
No, none of us actually do. We had many ships trying to escape, and we don't even know. just the ones that are here so far and us.
So take the armor to steel. Remember to check on your brothers and sisters and the mini combat.
Yeah, Carbine's been doing a lot of that. I go in there and when nobody's around and kind of just talk
And
to him.
stop blaming yourself as well, Aegis.
And he kind of turns away when you say that, and it's my burden to carry. And he picks up the armor and just walks out with a huge chunk of it. And you wouldn't see him carry that much, but it's kind of he's just putting his aggression or his feelings into his work right now. He's just walking out the door and walking towards steel. Ouch. Ooh, I scratched my hair. Sorry. So, Gilgamesh, Overload, what are you two doing right now? Having your little fun? You can watch.
Still fucking around with the hammer. Last I checked.
Are you playing with that hammer? Did you touch it? Which one of you touched it?
Well, since we've already kind of established that the hammer is the part, we've already pulled it out, and I mean, at this point, Gilgamesh is just gonna go ahead and put it into the portal box with the rest of the parts, seeing as they need to take it to the Forge of Sol anyway. And they need to find that last part. So he's just gonna take it and he's gonna put it into the portal box and close it up.
All right. So you open it up, and one of the mechanical arms rolls in there. You can see it arcing and sparking, trying to maneuver because it's getting affected by the hammer. And it sets it down on a specific spot away from everything else. And the arm rolls back out and it seems to function normal again and parks itself ready for use. You close up the door and it's secured inside of there with everything else.
Oh, that. He's gonna go then talk to Kiara, get an assessment on the station, and figure out what's happening on Cybertron.
Yeah, she went back up to the bridge or the station control room. And she is sitting up there with Varish, but she kind of taps Varish out like, you've been running for constant, you need to go charge. And he kind of sits back and he's like, yeah, he does a big old stretch and he's like, yeah, I've been running pretty long. You call me if you need me, though. You know that. And he bumps into you. Sorry, Gilgamesh, I didn't see you. You blend in really well.
It's fine. I tend to get that. He just pats him on the shoulder and walks past him.
And he kind of looks exhausted, and you can see his optics are dimmed because he's so tired. And he's like, first scraplets, then he's back. What next? I don't need this right
The
now.
birthday party. That's what's next.
And he walks out the door and it closes behind. Kiara kind of turns in her chair and swivels, and she's like, so, care to have a seat?
He just leans up against the desk, kind of opposite her. Just crosses his arms.
And she sits there.
What's the situation on Cybertron?
She turns and taps on the screen and then swivels back. And it kind of goes to generic screens. Really? And she pulls it up on the other screens that you can see better. She goes, really not much right now. So far, they've said that a lot of things have gone pretty smoothly, but they're still picking up a lot of chatter about activity coming and going at times, as in somebody's like kind of making raid runs, just raiding things, running, raiding things, and running again. But they're doing it quick and it's erratic. There's no pattern really. And she kind of pulls up a map and it all designates around the void that you guys were in.
Any correlation to our assassin from earlier?
There were a few, but there's something odd about it. The assassin didn't really do anything to anybody this time. They were looking for information, but nobody knows what they look like. They just said they were an assassin of some sort, or at least somebody looking for information. They ended up on Velocitron for a short bit, only seeming to come out at night. And they would just disappear. We had a few tales. Speedstar was helpful, but she goes, we can't seem to even get a picture of this person. Spot is elusive as ever.
I may
Positive.
have an idea who it might be.
Oh, and she kind of jokingly, somebody that you might have an interest in, and she taps you with her foot, or she taps you with her foot, like eh.
He coldly looks back at her, and he just flicks her the video.
She immediately stops, and she has her foot placed on like your leg, and you suddenly feel a lot more pressure. What? I was joking. She becomes dead serious. Look, you know I care about you a lot, but and she's like double like back and forth between you and the image, like it can't be.
From what Unicron told me, I've been the subject of Shockwave study for I don't know how long. He knows my history. He's studying my techniques, and he's trying to recreate me.
This isn't you. This is...
No, it's not. But if it's her from another universe, is it not possible that maybe she's like me as I am now?
She's looking at the image, and then she tips her head down and just starts shaking. This isn't right. If this is her from another universe, why now? And why her? And you could see her fists kind of balling up and getting tight. Why did he pick her?
I don't know. Be it random chance, or maybe there's something about her in this universe that...
Or maybe it's a way to get at you. To cause you to be thrown off, to be off center. If this is some like her from another universe, it's not. It's her, but it's not her. You need to be very careful right now. Jesus, what if he pulled us from one of us from another universe? That means we could be talking to somebody else. And she kind of sits back, kind of, if this is her, why is he changing her to be like you? Is it because you're causing problems for him? If
He
so,
needs an answer for what I am. I am becoming a bigger thorn in his side, and I am rising, and I am rising to challenge him. But given what I've seen, and well, this video is proof of some pretty terrible things that he's doing.
well, what other things were in that file that Unicron gave you?
Pay closer attention to the video. Watch what she's doing. Do you notice anything about her technique?
Yeah, it's
It's unrefined. It lacks
yes.
philosophy.
She's very chaotic at moments. And like here, she's trying to attack. She stops for a moment. Look at this, and she rewinds it a little bit and lets it play, and she stops it again. She goes, she's hesitating. Hang on, and she brings it up. She starts analyzing and like starts tearing apart the video. And she goes, wait a minute. She's hesitating every time she's attacking. And she swipes a video over off of something else, and it's like she's doing side by side screens, and she goes, this is you when you train. You don't hesitate. You know what you're going for. And she does a comparison of similarities in your movements. And she goes, this is this is weird looking at this. And she kind of shakes her head and puts her hands up for a moment on the screen.
This
like,
is what you would see when you would find someone who's just trying to visually copy something I'm doing.
yeah,
They're
visually.
watching my video and just mimicking what I'm doing. They're not understanding the philosophy or the reason behind my actions. And without that philosophy and reasoning, your technique is flawed.
She gets
Her
up.
technique is very, very flawed.
She's sitting there listening to, yes, it is. And she goes, she doesn't even have her tentacle. She cocks her head. Did you notice her tentacle energy it's doing something similar, but it's not. And she's like, she kind of like gestures like, hey, let me see one of your tentacle arms. And she's like want you to whip one out so she can look at it. And she's
He'll
not
just kind of unravel one from his back and just extend it out to her.
and she's not even looking. She just kind of grabs it lightly and she pulls it over and she looks down at it. And she's not even phased by it. She's just starting to touch it. You can feel her fingers touching every part of this. And she kind of opens it up more to show and she goes, can you arc your energy a little bit more? And she's sitting there watching the video and she watches your tentacle in her hand and she's not even phased. She's just watching.
So
And
yeah, he'll just kind of extend out the flap portion, just kind of stretching it a little bit and just kind of extending his energy.
she pauses the video at the very moment the other ones does the same thing, and she goes, she's not at full power either. She goes, look at how much power she's either holding back, and she looks back at you and she realizes, oh, sorry, here's your tentacle back. You see how your energy arced? She's holding back. She's not using her full potential at any time. They force her.
Considering who is likely teaching her in this, we really only have one of two people. Either Shockwave is training her through visual training of my own actions and teaching her through a flawed logic, or she's training under Ava.
And Kiara kind of tips her head and she looks over at you with her head cocked. I'd go with Eva because Shockwave, at least for the stories he didn't do those things himself all the time. He would sometimes let somebody else train them. This
And if that
is
is the case, then we still have the advantage because Ava's training is also flawed.
yes, and it seems like this one they keep her caged because she sees the end of the video where this one goes into a doorway and it closes and locks. And she goes, I think they're afraid
She's
of
still a
this one.
test subject in the eyes of Shockwave.
Yes. Well, can I see the rest of that data file on her? This one? She doesn't know how to
He,
really gesture. It's like
he sends her the rest of the data that
she
was on the chip.
she pulls it up and she starts scanning it real fast and she goes, they actually used her name too. Exactly. How is this possible? So she scrolls it up some more and she realizes, wait a minute. There's a section here. Do you have any other files in that chip of yours? It's referring to another file. And she kind of taps at the bottom. And she goes, there's
There
another
is
file here.
he sends the video file of the look-alike me, that the white version of me, I guess, the one that we saw in
Yeah.
the first video. Yeah. So yeah, I sent her that video as well.
And she
This is what I mean by they're trying to recreate me.
she goes, yeah, see, this one is not, if this is her, even if she is from another universe, she could be being manipulated, but she's still hesitating. Look, and she's still not using, like with this bot, it dropped the gun, but she hesitated to kill him. But you could see something happening, like she was told, you either do this or pay the consequence kind of thing. You could see it. And she goes, that's weird. Have you watched this video all the way through? And she kind of starts speeding it up a little bit. And she goes, this is sloppy. And she kind of,
I know.
she
I've
goes,
studied these videos for many hours after I've seen it.
and with all this happening, she goes, you know what? Give me a little bit of time to look at this video. How long is this? This is like combat after combat and such. Give me a little time with this. I'll do some analysis on it and see what I can get you. Might have a chance with something. She just goes, this video's long, like longer than it should be. But she goes, give me a little time and I'll look it over.
He just kind of stands up from the desk. You do what you think you need to do. I've got my own work cut out for me.
Yeah. Everything else seems to be doing okay though, and she's kind of watching the video still while talking to you. Cybertron seems to be doing okay, but if we can't recharge Cybertron with some kind of energon, we might not have a home to go to anyway. The energy project is slow going now because we're running out of material in some departments.
We can only fight one battle at a time, and right now, this deal with Shockwave is going to be a lot more important right now.
Yeah, because if anything, he might just end us all anyway, right? And she kind of looks at you.
I did what I could to at least lay the groundwork for a backup solution for Cybertron. If they don't want to accept the offer, then there's nothing more I can do about it.
Yeah.
People think we need to recharge the core. I tend to think we need to look for a secondary source.
There's a lot of talk
We're at
about
odds
that.
on that one, so
The council's handling it. They're trying to figure out what they can do, and they're secondary options, but of course, not everybody wants to agree. And she's like, don't worry about the council stuff. We'll handle it. And she kind of just gestures like, shoo, shoo, go away. But you go do what you need to. I'll handle this. And she's standing there with her arm across and her hand, like her elbow in her hand and her other hand up to her chin, like she's watching this intently.
He just nods as he starts to make his way to the exit. Yeah, I have a lot of work to do. And he's going to start making his way to the little training area that they have in the building.
Which is right next to the control room where you were.
Yep, so he's gonna take that little walk and he's just gonna go straight into the training room.
Now that Overload can't touch the hammer.
See, it's all Overload's fault. It's always Overload's
Oh, yeah.
fault.
Does Overload need to do anything? Does he want to do anything?
I currently can't think.
Okay, so Overload can go charge up. How's that? Or rest or get something to eat. What would you like?
Perfect.
Okay, so he's going to go get something to eat. Aegis is
I was
with.
more saying towards the rest.
Oh, okay. See, there you go.
I need the mental rest.
Yeah, you can go take a mental rest. I'll just have Overload go and do some eating or something, or train with Gilgamesh or something. I don't know. We'll figure out something. How's that?
Overload suddenly wakes up next to like an subterranean Amazon woman. You know?
He's having weird dreams. Oh, whoa. Whereas Void Striker and Addie are getting reacquainted again, but she's more or less working on him and fixing him up.
Oh no.
Alright, catch you later, my
Yeah,
friend.
go rest.
Yeah, go rest, dude.
Yeah.
You have a good night and you have a good day at work
Good
tomorrow,
luck
man.
tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah. Good luck,
Yep.
but go get some rest, dude. Need it. And with that, Overload's dead now.
It's a shame.
Oh, that was a
I would
fast.
say I knew him well, but I wouldn't want to lie.
You would say you knew him well, but you were just born yesterday.
So, why don't we end session here? Because I think it's a good time anyway. And let Addie and Void Striker get to back together. And yeah. And Gilgamesh is gonna go do some fun training stuff. Overload is
Yes.
going to stop breaking things for 5 minutes and eat or sit and watch a movie on, maybe watch some Velocitron races or something. Everyone else is doing their own thing right now, and I think that's pretty good for right now. I know that one kind of got dragged out a little bit with this drama, but I'm gonna.
Hey, I was expecting us to just kind of deal with half of this and then half of it be on Velocitron or wherever we were gonna go. So
Yeah, I really need to work on my hints.
I wasn't
but-
expecting
Fat
for our
drama
boy here to
novels.
come back to life, considering our discussions with another character.
Surprise!
This
Yeah.
was the plan the entire time.
And here's
Subterfuge.
here's the thing. Did I ever say it was a spark? that was the thing.
No, but
you guys
the
would see a
implication
spark.
was clearly there, like
Well,
because who Gilgamesh is and his history.
Yeah.
That light is a pretty clear sign of that's a spark leaving the body and disappearing.
It's also
The thing is, every time we were in combat, I was dropping major hints that this wasn't the proper Void Striker.
yeah. So yeah, there was some
But I mean, like,
stuff. It was funny because
I mean,
we were
how-
like having fun with this, and I'm like, oh my god, they're gonna kill us. It was entertainment.
everything I know is a lie.
It worked. Oh,
Yep.
we
Don't
did
get me wrong,
this.
Soundtrack is an actual character. She
And
is the
she is-
backup.
Yes, and I will discuss that
She's
off
the
stream.
backup we're not gonna see.
But I will wrap things up with the stream here, so we're going to discuss things outside of that. So if anybody wants to catch up on these episodes, they are up on Twitch for like a week or 2 weeks or something like that. But they are
Yeah, it's
uploaded.
like 2 or 3 weeks, and I think it takes down because you're partner. So I think you get 3 weeks. or something like
No,
that.
I'm still affiliate. If I was partner, then I guess yeah.
Oh
but-
yeah, I mean, sorry, I meant to say affiliate.
yeah, partner would be nice, but hey, I'm not that
Yeah, yeah,
privileged,
yeah.
so hey, I don't
I
mind.
wish. I
Twitch
think
does
we all wish, but yeah.
Twitch does a good enough job for what I would like, and so far, if they were to make me partner at some point, hey, subscribe, like, comment here and YouTube. I try to read the comments and try to address some of them during our stream. Sometimes I won't say much, I'll just comment back, because depending on what the comment is. Although anybody who's watching this from the past ones of any of our episodes of Destiny 1 to Transformers, it's hilarious to see a comment from something from the beginning of one of our campaigns from 3 years ago. Rorschach painting.
Like I I'm tickled by that. I mean, well, that's the beauty of us like having the YouTube archive is that anyone who can go back to the stuff that we did, at the very beginning of our campaigns and
Yep.
I
comment on
am
the stuff we did. Like I
100%
enjoy
going to be
it.
listening to this campaign once it's over on YouTube.
You're gonna hear all the screw ups that I do. Now I gotta
I
change
get
the
to
name
live-
back.
Yeah.
Yep.
I gotta change the
I
goddamn
mean,
name back.
that's like we're not professionals here, but we have fun and we do what we do
Yeah.
here. So
I think I did well in my acting that, oh no, Wojciech is dead.
I mean,
Oh, no.
hey, the scene played out pretty well, I thought. So
Yeah, it was one of those. They're now gonna. He's back to Void Striker now. Well, I was gonna put
'cause
you
I
as
have
Toaster, but
entirely new weapons that can frustrate a Matrix with now.
yeah, they're not that bad. I mean, they are interesting.
Well, they are in a damaged state. When they're fixed, they will.
Yeah, now he's a fighter. No, I'm kidding. He's not a fighter.
Yeah, I've multi-classed with fighter. That's what
Yeah,
the
you are actually
rebirth
yes,
thing was about.
fighter. Yeah, you are a fighter
I'm
now.
a artificer fighter.
Yeah, so you're a little
I mean,
different.
it's fine. I'm already talking with Matrix behind the scenes about something else I'm planning for my character. So
Yes. Oh, sorry. But yeah, anyway, anybody who wants to catch these, I do apologize for the coughing. I'm trying to get over this crud again. Ugh. But yeah, if you want to catch the episodes, look on YouTube. You'll find the links through Twitch as well. There are a bunch of links in YouTube. There's more here than on Twitch. But on Twitch, you can find like Space Ghost Dave's. His channel's there. He will stream on occasion when he does.
I will let you guys know when I'm streaming because at the moment right now it's just
The last time I saw
scheduling.
you stream was when you temporarily did it for Destiny.
Yeah.
And then I took back over, which was okay. I mean, at that time things were not.
Oh yeah,
good,
because
so.
my internet was just being a real pain in the ass too, which
And I wanted
didn't
to
happen tonight.
Yeah, thankfully.
Yeah.
I've been hearing noises here like thunder, I thought, but I was worried. Actually, I still am because I'm still hearing some weird noises.
But the thing is, like,
then hurry up and wrap up the stream.
I'm sorry.
Problem I have is just not. It's so weird because like it's not really related to how many connections I have in the house.
No, it's
because last week I had the place entirely to myself. I'm the only one using the internet, and it's still fucking cut out as bad as it did, like in our last session.
It just sounds like a shitty spot where there's a connection issue.
Yeah, well, like it's rural internet, so I guess I can't expect too terribly much.
No.
Well, so you're a countryside hick.
Yeah, countryside
Not by
too.
choice, I'll tell you that.
But no, if you want to catch their streams, go and subscribe or like or whatever it is we do for that.
Yeah,
hit the bell icon.
Subscribe to our channels. You'll see when we go live. But usually, like for me, like if I'm gonna do a stream, like I'll probably tell you guys ahead of time when I'm gonna do one, just because.
Yeah, we do these every Friday, so.
Yeah, we do this every Friday, so I'm always
We're
here
nuts.
doing this. But if I'm ever gonna do another stream for anything else, like I always let you guys know in the Discord. I'll mention it here like I am now in streams.
And also,
So
I
I'll
will.
let you guys know when I'm doing something, if I'm doing something.
And I will get a link set up eventually for Discord here. I'm sorry it's taking me forever to do because I need help getting it set up properly anyway. So that way others can join, but they can't see all our stuff because you guys don't need to see all that. Because that's
we're
That's how my server is set up, by the way.
So like but we're getting it so like we can at least have it set up for public. So anyone who wants to join us and talk to us, ask questions about this stuff, like they can do that, and we have an open forum for it. So.
And if you're Patreon, you can donate money. You can be Patreon. We can allow you to see more at that point, but I'm gonna get that help setting that up too. But for other links, Mercer, which is Frosted Merc, you can go check out his link. It's down on the Twitch. It's also here on YouTube. And then there's another person, Winter. I forgot her whole name.
Winter,
Oh, wow.
she is in our D and Destiny campaign. Her links are down below. She hasn't been streaming too much lately because I think she's been looking to possibly move here soon, or something's going on there. So she hasn't been streaming too much lately, but Yeah,
Hit
go
the
ahead,
bell
give her a
icon.
follow. She's great.
Yeah.
And
So check them out.
yes.
Give
And then-
everybody their support, man.
Yeah, because I don't care. I just don't care about myself that much for this. I
I
like
will
doing
eventually
this
have a
'cause
link
it's fun.
of that eventually.
Yeah, eventually. And then check out Swerve's Bar podcast. Yeah, I will be doing a charity stream on November 4th. 24 hour, I think it is. Yes, it is. Galaxy will correct me if I'm not corrected.
I'm also
Swerve's Bar podcast D&D crossover when?
We'll see, okay? But yeah,
I would just like to point out we could not have planned the resurrection of Voice Wrecker any better to appear on Friday the 13th.
Stuck him out with the freaking hamster.
The timing
Ooh.
of the date on that, yeah, spot on.
yeah, yeah. So so with all that, you guys want to say bye?
Goodbye.
We'll see you next week. Get some sleep.
Bye.
The hands are in her face.
And then for mine, as always, have a good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, wherever you're at in the world. Because
To watch the solar eclipse.
yes, there's a solar eclipse tomorrow and Saturday here
And
somewhere.
haha, some of you can't see it.
Yeah, some of you can't see it. Wow. We're not gonna be able to see it
probably
either.
Me because
Yeah.
I didn't even
we'll
hear
clear
that was
up.
going to be a thing. So
No,
I
didn't-
definitely can't. I'm on the opposite side of the planet.
literally in the southern hemisphere.
Yeah. So, with all that, have a good night, everyone. Don't be too crazy either. Bye.